Headlines, for obvious reasons, are the ones that are the rarest and the most shocking. Crimes against the elderly are a case in point. Attacks on elderly people are extremely rare, particularly in their own homes, although the publicity they receive can lead us to think they are more commonplace than they really are. But it's even more rare for an old person to be attacked without any conceivable motive. But this seems to be what has happened in our next case. Fred Maltby was in his 70s. A quiet man, he'd always lived on his own near Lincoln, farming his small plot of land. 9 weeks ago, sometime during the evening of Tuesday, October the 1st, Fred was murdered in his living room. Our film begins near the city of Lincoln. For the past 40 years, Fred Maltby had lived here in this farm cottage in Brant Road on the outskirts of the city. Fred seldom went far afield, and when he did go out, he'd use the back door, leaving it unlocked behind him. An early riser, he was always one of the first customers at the village store across the road.
Morning, Linda.
Morning, Fred. Come for your bread?
That's right. Is it fresh in?
It is.
I think I'll take the usual part of yours.
Fred was quiet, kept himself to himself. He was always cheery, do anything for anybody if they asked him. He used to come in first thing in the morning, pick up his bread and milk, then probably come over later on in the day. He never was the sort of man to do things all at once. He'd come over for little bits and pieces.
Fred used some of his 15-acre smallholding to grow a variety of vegetables, which he sold from the shed next to the house. He rented the rest to local people for grazing horses and cattle. During the property boom of 1988, some developers offered Fred £500,000 for his land. That offer was quickly withdrawn once the boom became a slump, but it is possible that someone thought Fred was better off than he really was. One of Fred's oldest friends was Bill Lockley, who runs the garage next door. Fred himself was a skilled mechanic, and he'd often drop by for long chats.
Well, I think I've known Fred for about 25 years.
It's getting on a bit now, isn't it?
I suppose it is, yeah.
He used to come very often to the garage. We used to talk about things, and he used to come for spares and repairs to his cars, tractor parts. I shouldn't have thought he had a lot of money myself, because he never spent a lot of money. I don't know, he lived in a poor way, I suppose.
But as you say, you can't keep welding them up.
No, you can't. No, that's true.
It's Tuesday the 1st of October, the day Fred died. By late afternoon, the weather was becoming blustery. Fred made his usual call at the local shop for his evening paper. 2 hours later, when Irena Grint and a friend brought their horses into the field, Fred was his usual cheery self.
Hello, ladies.
Hi there.
Winter's coming early with a vengeance.
I always found Fred very chatty, actually. He knew all the people around here. He'd seen children grow up. He knew 3 generations around here.
See you in the morning.
I expect so.
Fred probably finished his work outside shortly before 7.
Elm tea. The gypsies swear by it. I bet they do. I bet they say, what the bloody hell's that?
Normally, he'd spend the evening at home watching the television, although he would often go out for a short stroll.
You can taste the bark, can't you?
Just after 9 o'clock that night, a local resident saw Fred walking along Brant Road towards his front gate. That was the last time any of his friends or neighbours saw him alive. Half an hour after that, Caroline Banks had just called in at the Boundary Garage to buy some chocolate. As she crossed the road, she saw 2 men hanging around by the hedge near Fred's gate. At about the same time, Mick Cox was turning into Brant Road.
I was travelling towards the new housing estate, up the Brant Road towards Wallington, and on my right-hand side, 2 lads appeared.
As Mick braked, a white Ford Capri had to swerve to avoid driving into him. Another witness remembers two men running down the path by the local doctor's surgery, heading towards a housing estate off Larne Road. It wasn't until the middle of the next day that a friend calling round to buy some vegetables realised something was seriously wrong.
Take it out of the box. I'm sure I didn't.
Are you there, Fred?
Someone have picked it up?
Stolen the opal.
Well, it's a possibility.
Fred? Fred? Are you there? Fred? Fred? Are you there?
Beverly!
It's not.
Well, it certainly didn't make its own way out of here. Had to be Pam. Now, you're going to have to go and front her about it. And as soon as possible.
Well, Stuart Clifton, how had Fred been killed and why?
Well, it was a particularly horrific killing. Mr. Maltby had been killed with an axe, and despite extensive searches of the local area and the River Witham, which runs nearby, we failed to find it. The motive for the murder is a little unclear. The only thing that seems to be missing from Mr. Maltby's home is a wallet, similar to this one, which would contain only a small amount of money, perhaps no more than £20. And it seems particularly horrific to kill a man of Mr. Maltby's stature for such a paltry sum of money.
He certainly didn't seem to have any enemies, did he?
No, he didn't.
What are the descriptions you have of the two men who were seen running away by several witnesses?
Well, there are two witnesses that have compiled, first an e-fit that you can see, and secondly the artist's impression. I should emphasise that both are of the same man. He's described as about 18 to 25, about 5 feet 10 in height. He has light brown or mousy-coloured hair, cut short on top and perhaps long in the collar. You'll see that one witness describes him with an earring and the other doesn't.
You don't have such a good description of the second man?
No, the second man, his description is very meagre, really. The witnesses only saw quite a fleeting glimpse of him. He again is in the same 18 to 25 age group, has dark hair and is of similar build.
And you are satisfied, are you, that these two witnesses both saw the same two men?
Yes, indeed. In fact, the second witness saw the two men running across the car park of the doctor's surgery opposite at around the same time, and they were running with some purpose.
Now, what would the driver of that white Capri have seen?
Well, he may have seen the two men. He certainly may be able to help us pinpoint the time, because Mr. Cox is unclear about exactly what time it was that he saw the men. Consequently, we may be able to piece together the story a little better with the second witness.
Right, so we do need you, if you were the driver of that white Capri, to give us a ring. If you can help at all, I'll give you the numbers to call. If you can help Mr. Clifton and his colleagues trace those two men or shed any light at all on why Mr. Maltby was killed. You can speak to us now here in the studio on 081 811 8181 or contact the Lincolnshire Police Headquarters direct on 0522 532222.
Lincolnshire, where Fred Maltby was robbed and battered in his home. Fred Maltby was a quiet and self-contained man whose home was in a village just south of Lincoln. He'd lived in this farm cottage for 40 years and seldom ventured far afield. Property developers had once offered him £500,000 for his 15-acre smallholding, and it's possible someone thought Fred was better off than he really was. On Tuesday, the 1st of October last year, at 9:45 p.m, a witness was driving home past Fred's house when he had to swerve to avoid two men running across the street. They were last seen heading towards a local housing estate on Larne Road. Since then, another man, Joe Rylett, has been killed, and the detective in charge of the case, Superintendent Stuart Clifton, has now linked the two inquiries. The victims lived about 2 miles apart. Both were retired, both were thought to keep cash on the premises, both were attacked on Tuesday evenings, and both were killed in the same way. Joe Rylett was divorced and lived alone in a flat above one of the two betting shops he'd started up in Lincoln. One of the shops was managed by his son Eddie, and Alan had now more or less retired. He was shy but charming, fond of poetry, of music and of golf. And though he could be tough in business, among his friends he had a reputation for generosity, sometimes making loans of several £1,000s.
If your hands are apart, then you'll slice it for sure, okay?
Twice a week or so, Joe would walk just round the corner to St Botolph's Court, which is sheltered accommodation for old people. His mum has lived here for several years.
Oh, Joe.
The last time she was to see him was the night he died, Tuesday, the 28th of January. He was with her till around 8:30. Meanwhile, opposite Joe's shop in High Street, a security guard noticed someone waiting. There may be nothing sinister in this, but a man was sitting in a red or orange C-registered Astra. Do you know who it was? He honked the horn and waved at someone.
Oh, it's lovely.
At about 8:25, another witness came across another car in Bargate.
I noticed a brown escort car, and I saw a man stood at the driver's side door with fair to mousy coloured hair, about 5'10", 5'11" tall, with green mountain boots or Wellingtons on.
She's asleep now.
Before he left, Joe saw his mother's care assistant. She was the last person known to have seen him before he died.
You're off now, then?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't made her anything to eat.
No, that's all right. I'm just going home for a while. I'll be back about 10. I'll make her something then.
Ah, okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Question of sport, which...
Someone else, though, was to speak to Joe that night. A friend who placed a flutter with him now and then.
Two programmes when Ian returns from the England tour. Bill's partners tonight are Ian...
Hello, Alan. It's Mike. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I'm dogging it tonight, yes. Oxford, if that's okay. 1, 2, 9 o'clock on. 50p reverse. Oh, I caught you at a bad time, have I? Yeah, okay, bye. Bye. It wasn't a normal Alan-Mike telephone conversation, in the sense that he was a little more hurried. There was noises in the background, which I heard distinctly, i.e. banging, and also voices and a little bit of laughter.
Then, at 10 to 9...
I was walking down Bargate, past Rylett's bookmakers, and I saw a bloke crouched down in the side entrance. He was wearing a suede jacket, maybe leather.
Did you see someone here as well? Upstairs, Joe had been preparing sandwiches. Clearly something, or someone, had interrupted him. About 50 minutes later, another witness was crossing High Street, just opposite Joe Rylett's shop. And this woman saw them a little further down the road.
I passed these two youths that were running wildly. They ran up St Catherine's. They had to run into the road to avoid two old ladies, and a car beeped to them. I had to stop at the traffic lights. When they got towards the lights, they shot out into the road. Again, a car had to sound his horn and avoid them. I passed them just going past the St Catherine's garage on Newark Road, and that was the last time I saw them.
Did you also see them? Or were you in one of the cars that swerved out to avoid them? Joe Rylett's safe was open. £3,000 was missing. Next morning, when Joe's son, Eddie, arrived to open up the shop, he found his father lying dead with severe wounds to his head.
Stuart Clifton, murder is rare. For a man to kill twice successively is very rare, but for two men to kill in successive episodes, it's almost unheard of.
It's certainly unheard of in Lincolnshire. Two murders that are so similar in the space of 4 months causes me to worry a great deal. I'm worried that this may develop into yet another murder, may develop into a serial killing. Because of that, I'm using Crimewatch to appeal to the public of Lincoln. I believe that there are 2 people concerned in these murders, that perhaps only one has done the killing, and perhaps the second one has felt the need to tell somebody about it. Tonight I appeal to that person to come forward and contact me through Crimewatch so that we can prevent another tragedy occurring.
You think it's as serious as that?
I do believe that there is the potential for another murder. I'm quite hopeful that someone in Lincoln will take the time and trouble tonight to ring us in the studio so that we can prevent yet another serious incident occurring.
Now, they make quite an odd couple, these two, don't they?
Yes, they do. One is rather large, a little over 6 foot, and the other's quite small. The bigger of the two is described as a skinny build. He's got mousy-coloured hair, and he wore a corduroy coat, something similar to this. And one of the points of appeal I'd like to get over tonight is if anybody in the city of Lincoln knows anyone who fits the description that I've just given, who wears a coat of this type, then I would encourage them to ring me urgently in the studio tonight. They don't have to give their name.
The smaller guy was wearing distinctive clothing too, in as much as vivid white shoes, trainers or something.
Yes, the smaller man had a bomber jacket on. He's about 5'6" with dark hair, again in his mid-20s. He had dark trousers and white training shoes, which looked as if they may be in new condition.
Now, obviously, people living in Lincoln are going to be fairly concerned about what you've said. Perhaps we should make it clear that they seem to be, firstly, acting only at quite long distances in time, one from another, secondly, going for quite specific targets. But perhaps there are also things that people can do to protect themselves.
Well, yes, of course. Clearly, there are 2 people in Lincoln who are prepared to commit murder. We know that one is tall and one is quite short. If people are visiting and they fit that general description, then obviously the public must be aware of that. I would not encourage anybody to let people into their houses unless they're quite sure of the people that they've got at their door.
And if people have got suspicions about somebody who might be the killer, you suspect that person will have, what, characteristics that people might recognise apart from being tallish or 5'6"?
Yes, I'm fairly confident that there will be one dominant personality in this, one killer perhaps. And that killer will be known in the city of Lincoln for his extreme violence. So I'd appeal for people in the city of Lincoln who know people that fit this description and who do show these violent traits to contact us here in the studio tonight.
Well, please ring straight away. The urgency is pretty self-evident. 081 811 818.
On BBC One, insight into a police investigation with murky detail. Nick Ross opens another case from the Crimewatch file.
When Crimewatch viewers solve a murder, the decisive help is often indirect. Not as obvious as a name or an address, but just a little piece of evidence that turns out to be crucial. And that's what happened here in Lincoln. 3 people came across something which under normal circumstances they would have disregarded. But 2 weeks earlier, they'd watched an appeal on Crimewatch.
Nearly there. 3, 2, 1. Whoa, look at that! Right. That's brilliant. Come on before we catch it. Are you there, Fred? Fred?
Someone saw Fred going into his gate at about 9 p.m. That's the last sighting we have, as far as we can tell.
And the pathologist puts the time of death between 4 p.m. and 2 a.m.
Yes, but he was still in his day clothes. He hadn't got ready for bed yet.
Right, well, let's concentrate on all sightings between 9 o'clock and, say, midnight. Any sign of a weapon yet?
Chris and Russell are onto it.
Good. We'll get the house-to-house up and running. Let's try and get a handle on a motive.
Andy, let's get on with this house-to-house.
I think both Gordon Reedman and I were fairly horrified when we actually saw the amount of violence that poor old Fred Maltby had been subjected to, and the attack on him was quite horrendous. And I think that we actually paused and began to wonder what it was that we were going to be dealing with, because of that extreme violence. It was so necessary against a man of that age.
You do feel all sorts of emotions, disgust, anger, hate. All those things do go through you. But it's important that you soon put them to one side and get on with the job.
If you need me, you can contact me at this address.
He was a very quiet man, was Fred. Private. He'd always lived alone.
Was he well off, do you know?
Oh, I shouldn't think so. I mean, he had a bit of land, I suppose, but it was too much for him to work anymore. He just used to sell a bit of fruit and veg from his garden shed. He always had a friendly word for you. Always the gentleman.
Can you think of any reason why someone might want to kill Mr. Maltby?
He was an old man, and he wasn't big. He couldn't hurt anyone.
Fred was a quiet, likeable man, fairly shy, but when you got to know him, he was a very good friend to me. I would call him my best friend. And, well, when it's your best friend, it leaves a big gap.
We're making inquiries about a very serious assault on the chap that lives here. Do you know him?
Yes.
Where do you live?
I live next door.
Is that just there? Okay.
Well, in the house, there was blood staining throughout the room in which he'd been killed. But on a cushion in the chair, there was an outline in blood of an axe. And it appeared on the cushion in 2 or 3 different places, as if the offender had put the axe down and perhaps even wiped it on the cushion before taking it away.
Right, sir. Well, I was driving home along Brant Road, past Fred Maltby's farm, when these 2 young blokes just dashed right out in front of me. I nearly hit them.
Going like the clappers they were. Down the passageway by the side of the doctor's surgery. I mean, it was a rainy night, and no one wants to be hanging around on a night like that. But these 2 were definitely in a real rush to get somewhere.
Do you think you might be able to help us put together some pictures of these men?
I don't know about the second lad, but the first one, yeah, I'll have a go.
Right, well. Here, where was you Tuesday? I thought you said you was going down the crow's nest.
Me and Steve was otherwise engaged, weren't we?
Yeah.
What? Was you doing a job?
Could say that. In fact, I'd say we done him pretty good, wouldn't you?
Hello. I'd like to speak to somebody about the murder, please.
Yes. I don't know if it'll be any help, but they're these two blokes.
Yeah. OK, love, we'll take a look at him. No, don't worry. They won't know it was you who called. All right, thanks. Bye for now.
I think we might have something here, sir. Gary Bryant. Fits the description. Girl just phoned to say he's been mouthing off about the murder with another lad, Steve Webster.
Oh, yeah. They're familiar faces. Bring them in. Let's see what they've got to say for themselves.
Bryant and Webster were known to the police. They were nuisance value, low-rate criminals. Often came to our notice for minor things. Bryant was seen in that area carrying a suspicious package the day after Fred Maltby's murder.
Off me sodding all. Piss off!
Yeah, they're just putting the suspects in the vehicle now. You all right, lads? Yeah, Keith's inside, and I'm just approaching the building myself.
Stephen Webster, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Fred Maltby. You do not have to say anything unless you wish to do so, but what you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?
Yeah. You all right?
Oh, I think that'll do. All right.
That's it?
Yeah.
I've told you, it was just some old tools. My bike was off the road and my mate had lent me some spanners and stuff.
It didn't look like spanners to our witness. It looked like one single heavy object.
How well our eyes need testing. I'm telling you, it was some old spanners.
So why were you walking down by the river through Fred Maltby's land with this load of spanners?
It's a shortcut. Everyone knows it.
I'm now showing you item RH5, a left foot trainer. Is this yours, Gary?
Yeah.
What's this stain, then?
Dirt.
You're not looking, Gary. Looks like blood to me.
OK, so it's blood. Dropped something on my foot.
Like an axe, maybe.
We had to release Steve Webster because we had nothing further on him.
Tell him to come up, see what he's got. Tell him not to bother with that bloody rubbish. Tell him to keep looking.
All right, Gary, you may choose any way you like in the lineup. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Brian did admit bragging about the murder, but denied committing the murder.
If you'd like to walk up and down the line twice.
Any news?
No. All the time. Yes? OK. Picked out the eyewitness, son.
They couldn't be ruled out on blood. They couldn't be ruled out on their story. And they couldn't be ruled out because the witness had failed to pick them out. So they were still there hanging about all the time.
All right.
But for the time being, at any rate, we had to let Bryant go.
Hello, Tracy. You just missed your mum.
No, he didn't want me, Mum. I was wondering if I could have a word with you, actually.
Okay, me duck. Why don't you come through?
Cheers,
Mind the
Joe.
step. What can I do for you, then?
Oh, it's nothing, really. It's just that, well, my dad's got this new video and he wants to know if you'd be interested in buying the old one.
Oh, could be, yes. How old is it?
Well, it's only a couple of years. He wouldn't be getting rid of it, and he wanted one of them double-speed ones, do you know what I mean?
You put it outside?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it. I'll let you out the back.
Incident room, DCI Reedman. Hello, Bob. What?
Yeah. Yeah, I know it. I'll be right there.
Well, it'll have to be Wednesday at about 3:30. Hang on.
That bastard that did Fred. He's done it again.
His name was Alan Riley, but apparently only his family ever called him that.
Once I'm home, if you go through into the office.
Cheers, thanks, Tony. His customers knew him as Joe for some reason.
Honest Joe, the bookie, I suppose. I knew him by sight. He used to play golf over at Carhome Road. Quite a handicap, I think.
We were terribly sorry that it had taken a second murder to give us a second chance, so to speak. But we saw it as that, a second chance.
Fred Maltby, Joe Rylett. Both elderly men living on their own. Both murdered on a Tuesday night. No sign of forced entry in either case, so they probably both knew the killer. And yet again, we have witnesses putting two lads running away from the scene. But what links them conclusively is their injuries. Now, obviously, the path report will give us more on them. But Gordon and I have seen Joe, and frankly, it could have been Fred lying there. The head injuries were identical. But it looks like we could have more to go on with Joe than with Fred. Gordon.
Yes, Joe Rylett was a very different kettle of fish to Fred Maltby. We're not short of motives for Joe, unlike poor old Fred.
We could have something on that, boss. It seems the developer, Henry Boot, offered Fred $250,000 for his land a couple of years ago. It all fell through when the property market crashed, but somebody might not have known that.
Mm. Of course, Joe was a very well-known Lincoln face. I dare say some of you had a flutter or two with him yourselves. But he wasn't just a bookie. He cashed checks for people, lent money. Now, maybe someone didn't want to pay him back. And his safe was open with £3,000 missing from it.
So let's round up all Joe's debtors, get on to banks and building societies, ask around, see if someone suddenly started throwing their money around. Oh, Dick, get those two scroats, Bryant and Webster, back in.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Hey,
now, why does your mum know where you are?
Straight in. Quick, you're in. Quick, you're out. All right. Hey, you're embarrassing the typist, all right. Come on. Hey, just shut up, will you? So, where were you on Tuesday then, Gary?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
At the Bally?
In the Nick. I have to report in every day under my bail conditions. You bastards kept me there all evening.
Well, you can't get a much more watertight alibi than the fact that he's locked up in a police station. So from that point on, we were able to eliminate Bryant and Webster. That meant that we then had to concentrate our efforts on those things which may be fruitful.
Did your brother charge interest?
No. Never chased people up if it was under 150 quid or so. I really used to have a go to him sometimes for it. I mean, he was far too trusting. He could be a stubborn old bugger sometimes. Just used to tell me to mind my own business.
So, did you know all these people you used to lend to?
Yeah, most.
Can you give us their names?
Oh, well, I don't know where to begin. Let's see, there was Tom Marwick, Dennis Smalley, Malcolm Stoning.
Malcolm who?
Stoning.
Stoning, yeah.
Vic Chant, Peter Smith.
Alan was like a father to me. He was 16 years older than I was. And when our father died, I was 5 years old and Alan would be 21. And he was like a surrogate father to me. He was a private man, quite a shy man, and not the sort of man you would associate, really, with a bookmaker, being a bookmaker.
Yeah, Joe was always very good to me. There's never anything dodgy about it or nothing. Just used to help me out every now and then.
Did you ever go over to his shop?
Yeah. Well, around the back of the shop, like. It's that office he had there.
How much do you reckon you've had off him, then, over the years? It was only over 100, 150 quid at a time, and I always paid him back. Do you owe him money now? No. It's, haven't seen him since, must be over a month.
Well, not last Tuesday night?
No.
Well, what were you doing last Tuesday? It was a very foggy night, if that helps jog your memory.
Yeah. Well, I think I must have been at home. Babysitting with the kids.
We set a very firm policy that we would interview each of these people. But really, it's fair to say that it took us nowhere in the sense that although it identified a number of people, all of those people were alibied.
Detective Chief Inspector Reedman.
Oh, I see Forensic have been.
And, you don't know who sold it to Joe?
Sorry, Alan.
He didn't say, just that he bought it off some bloke who came to the office.
It was a man, then?
Yeah, well, I suppose so.
And when would that have been?
Well, that's why I phoned. It must have been a couple of days before he was killed, because, yeah, a couple of days before he was killed. Thought it had something to do with it.
Well, we'll take it in, see what they come up with. You never know. Cheers.
Right, thanks.
We traced the video recorder to a shop in Lincoln and found that it had been stolen from a house in the city about 2 weeks before Joe Rylett's murder.
What number is it again? I think it's 31. Oh, is it? Oh. That's his car, I think. Right. This one, 29. I think this will be it.
Trevor Pope. Morning, Trevor. Long time no see. How's your girlfriend?
Trevor Pope was interesting to us because he had convictions for burglary and assault, and his girlfriend's mother worked for Joe Rylett in the shop.
Lincoln Police Station. The time, according to the interview room clock, is 4:43 p.m. and it's Monday, the 3rd of February, 1992. I am Detective Sergeant Dick Holmes.
I'm Detective Constable John Taylor.
Would you like to identify yourself?
Tracy Palmer. Look, I don't know why you've got me here. I don't know nothing about Joe's murder.
Let's just take things one at a time, shall we? What about the video?
What video?
Come on, Tracy. The video your boyfriend Trevor nicked and you fenced to Joe Ryland.
No offence. It was my dad's video. Trev didn't know nothing about it.
OK, Trevor, you don't have to say anything unless you wish to do so, but what you say may be given evidence. You understand that? Right, Trevor. Tracy's told us she sold that video to Joe.
So?
So we think you nicked it out of that house you were renting. But we're not bothered by your usual sordid habits. This is murder. Something go wrong, eh? Did you go back to Joe's shop for more and he caught you at it? Talk to us, Trevor.
Talk to you. No chance, mate.
At the end of the day, she was charged with handling the stolen video, and we weren't able to take the matter against Pope any further.
Simon! Dad, make him stop. He's scaring all the dogs.
Stop it, Simon, or we're going home now.
And Mario, they're all the Coopers.
Don't start that again.
Well, Dad, why can't I have a Nintendo?
You know why? We can't afford it.
But Paul's got one and he's getting a Sega for his birthday.
I know. Maybe next year, eh? Now, come on. Finish off these last bits and then we'll get off home.
Bloody ducks.
Right, that's it. Come on.
Paint? What kind of paint?
Yeah.
Well, if you think you'll be of any help, yeah, see what he has to say about it. Oh, Gordon, have you got a minute?
There were tiny fragments of a substance embedded in the wounds of Joe Rylett, and the lab were now in a position to tell us that that was paint.
There, you see? The flame changing colour like that tells us it's a paint with a very high zinc content. But with fragments this small, I really can't tell you any more than that.
What use would it have?
Probably a primer, used for rust-proofing metal.
So it's fairly specialised, then?
Afraid not. I'd say this stuff is available in factories and DIY superstores, from Bognor to Ballycoolish.
Oh! Oh!
Somewhere in the east of England, two small-time robbers have been engaged in a partnership that's led so far to at least 2 violent deaths. You may recall a murder reconstruction we did 3 months ago in Lincolnshire, where Fred Maltby was robbed and battered in his home. Fred Maltby was a quiet and self-contained man whose home was in a village just south of Lincoln.
We went to Crimewatch because we thought that the running men may be identified. That what he'd actually do was to open up a complete new line of inquiry that we really hadn't envisaged.
Oh, what would you give me if I swam this lake?
Nothing. If you swam this lake? No, nothing really.
Hey guys, look at this.
What?
Look.
What's that in it?
Dunno. And 2 old guys that were murdered. That was an axe. It was on the telly.
Yeah, it's really going to be that one, isn't it?
It might be. So what are we going to do with it? Don't get your prints on it. Here, give me your scarf. Come on, I need it. What are you going to do? Sorry.
Bit of good news, boss. Some lads have just handed in what looks like our murder weapon. Found it on an island in the middle of Booton Park Boating Lake.
Have you seen it?
Oh, yeah, looks good to me.
OK, we'll get forensics onto it right away.
Shall I tell the press office to put out a release on it?
No. No publicity for the moment. Let's see what we've got.
OK.
When the axe was found, it gave the inquiry a new focus. There was little doubt it was the murder weapon because the lab found traces of Joe Rylett's blood on it. They also said it probably, though not conclusively, left the mark on Fred Maltby's cushion. And perhaps most interestingly of all, it had been painted with a grey paint which appeared to match the fragments in Joe Rylett's wounds. There were no fragments of paint in Fred Maltby's head. So the indications were that the murderer had painted it between the two murders, probably to cover up what he thought may be on it, i.e. the blood of Fred Maltby.
Don't get your hopes up. I still can't tell you what your paint is. But I might be able to narrow down the field for you.
Anything will help.
First of all, the zinc in it isn't new. It's reconstituted. But better, from your point of view, I've identified the binding agent, the stuff that holds it together. It's a rather unusual resin called epoxy ester D4.
How unusual?
Well, I've done a bit of research, and the good news is that only one factory makes it.
And the bad?
Twofold, really. A, the factory's in Essen, in Germany. B, they distribute the resin to paint manufacturers all over Europe.
How big did you say our foreign travel budget was?
Dinner up?
They've been here again.
Who?
You know who. Dead men, standing on the doorstep for all the neighbours to see.
What did you tell them?
Oh, don't worry, I got rid of them. Again. But that's the last time, Dennis. You've got to get them off our backs somehow. Dinner's ready. Dennis? Where are you going?
Guten Tag. Wir führen in Lincoln, England, eine Morduntersuchung.
It was crucial that we find out as much as we could about this paint. And so I led a team of officers across into Germany, and we made inquiries there and at a number of paint manufacturers in Holland, Belgium and France. We were obtaining samples of their paints, and these were being examined by forensic scientists at Huntingdon.
Do you use epoxy ester D4?
Yes.
And do you also use reconstituted zinc?
Your paint is zinc-based grey primer, and you export it to England.
No, it is not grey, it is white. We export to England with white paint.
White.
After several weeks of painstaking work, the lab were finally able to identify the paint on the axe. It was a spray paint called Rust-Oleum 2185. Rust-Oleum is a Dutch-based company who use British import agents that are based in the Midlands.
Yeah, we're really just interested in the outlets in the Lincoln area.
It's like I said, off the top of my head, I wouldn't know, but I'll check for you.
Okay.
We were able to trace the Midland distribution network, and in fact we discovered that there was only one firm in Lincoln that actually took Rust-Oleum in, and that was a firm called Hycom Florum Supplies.
I bet he's going to tell us they sell this stuff all over the bloody country.
Mr. Foster?
Morning.
Good morning.
Here, you gentlemen want to see our stock of Rust-Oleum?
That's right.
Yeah, well, it's just over here. There you go.
Was that all of it? Haven't you sold any?
We were sent 36 tins this year. We got this 12 left. Sold the rest.
Where to?
If you come with me, I'll show you.
All of it to here?
All 24 cans.
Don't believe it.
After we traced the distribution network of Rust-Oleum, our inquiries led us into a local company, Specialist Heat Exchangers, who employ less than a couple of hundred people. So we'd suddenly gone from 100,000 suspects, that being the population of Lincoln, down to less than 200 who would have access to this paint. And so we began to look at each and every one of the people that were employed there.
Ronnie.
What's going on?
Oh, Bill. Seems they want to know about the paint we use.
Here's a name that rings bells. Dennis Granville Smalley. Yeah.
Hi, Dennis. Come in.
Hello, Paul.
Do you want a cup of tea?
No, thanks. Actually, I was just wanting a quick word with you.
Go on.
You can see my car from your window there, can't you?
Yeah, I suppose so, if I look.
Can you remember if I went out in it a couple of Tuesdays ago?
Sorry, mate. You don't know whether you did or not. I'm hardly likely to, am I?
No, of course not. Sorry, mate. Just a thought.
Dennis Smalley, one of the Specialist Heat Exchange employees, was the only person that had figured before in the inquiry because he'd borrowed money from Joe Rylett, and because of that he became very interesting from that moment on.
Yes, Dennis has worked here 7 years, I think. Never had any problems. Good attendance record. Until his accident.
Accident?
Car accident. Him and his wife and kids. It was quite serious.
How long ago was that?
About 5 years ago. He was off work for about 8 months or so.
What about this paint, Rust-Oleum? We know you use it at work. Would Dennis take any of it home with him?
Well, yeah. I mean, the management turn a blind eye. It's a perk, really. Everyone takes a bit here and there.
What for?
Just for odd touching up jobs. If your car's a bit rusty or whatever.
What kind of bloke is Dennis?
Nice enough. Doesn't mix much, but that's all right. Crazy about his kids. Always talking about them. That and shooting.
What kind of shooting?
Clay pigeon, I think. Not much interested in it myself.
Big bloke, Dennis, isn't he? Does he ever throw his weight around?
No, never. Look, if you're trying to pin these murders on him, forget it. Dennis just isn't the type. He's, well, placid, I suppose is the word. Sort of gentle giant.
Now, when we talked to you before, Dennis, you said that on Tuesday the 28th of January you were at home babysitting. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, my wife works evenings at Asda, so I look after the kids.
When do they go to bed?
Usually about 9. Sometimes I let Anna stay up reading while I've fasted. She's a little so-and-so for reading as Anna.
And your wife gets back when?
10 past, 10:15.
One of your mates told us you mentioned you knew Fred Maltby. Is that right, Dennis?
25 years ago, just after I left school, a mate and I worked Saturday mornings for him. They stopped there about, 5, 6 months. Just helping out the farm.
Sorry. And when did you last see him?
Well, that were it. 25 years ago.
I was supposed to be at work half an hour ago. But I hope you're going to put them things back when you're finished with them.
Don't worry, love, of course we will.
I don't believe this. Will you be careful of that? Look, I don't know know what you're looking for, but you're not gonna find it.
Oh, that's the file. Great. Application for firearms license. D.G. Smalley. Intended venue for shooting. Land belonging to Fred Maltby. Thanks, Renata. Will you do me a copy of that?
Sure, John. No problem.
Ta.
Morning, love. Dick Holmes, Lincolnshire CID. Do you mind if I have a look at your visitors book?
Yeah, it's okay.
Cheers.
Good morning, Specialist Heat Exchangers. I'll just try his extension for you.
You can get to the river down this path, can't you?
Yeah.
And beyond the river would be Fred Maltby's farm. Is it walkable from here, would you say?
Yeah, there's a bridge just along the way. It should take about half an hour or so.
Hey, Fletch.
Yeah, we've got
a couple of mail receipts there. Worth keeping.
Dennis Smalley. 27th of January. Joe Rylett.
What about Joe Rylett, then? How well did you know him?
Well, I wouldn't say we were a mate, like. He used to cash checks for me every once in a while. And then there were the 2 times I borrowed a bit off him.
How much?
Last time, it was 110 quid for my car insurance.
Is that why he came to see you at your workplace the day before he was murdered?
Yeah. Yeah, I paid him off. It was all square.
But, Dennis, we know Joe never used to chase up debts that small. He wouldn't have bothered, not unless it was hell of a sight more than 110 quid, unless it was more like thousands.
No, I never owed Joe that much.
We think you did. And Joe was hassling you for it, wasn't he?
No, it was all square.
You owe money to other people too, don't you?
Well, banks and that, yeah.
Yeah, we've been speaking to them. You've been following left, right and centre.
Times have been hard since my accident. I never got all the compensation I should have.
In fact, by our calculations, you owe something in the region of £27,000.
Stopped my money completely after a while.
You've been robbing Peter to pay Paul. They've all been hassling you. Debt collectors, checks bounced. We know all about it.
I had to borrow money to keep my head above water.
And yet, on the 31st of January, you were able to pay off £750 by registered post. That's 3 days after Joe Rylett was murdered. And there were other debts you suddenly paid off, too. Now, I want you to listen to me, Dennis.
Yeah?
We've had an accountant compile a report on your financial situation, and he tells us that by the end of February, you'd paid off nearly £2,000.
Yeah, well, what that was my Uncle Jack died, and he had one of them, them timeshare things. And I got nearly £900 from that.
Joe had £3,000 in his safe, and you were desperate.
Wouldn't stoop to a thing like that if I was in debt up to my neck.
But you were in debt up to your neck, Dennis, weren't you? You were drowning, mate.
For the benefit of the tape, it is 11:28 a.m. and Detective Constable Taylor has entered the interview room. It is now 11:29 a.m. and I intend to conclude the interview.
I just thought you ought to know, boss. House to house have come up with a woman who lives across from Smalley who says he definitely went out that night.
Well, can't she be sure it was the night of Joe's murder?
Oh, she's adamant. She was worried about his kids being left on their own. She even mentioned it to her mum on the phone.
Great. Well, let's leave it for a bit. Let him have his dinner.
No, I never leave my children on their own. Never.
Well, we have a witness who's prepared to swear that you left your house at 7:45 that night and you didn't return until 2 hours later.
I love my children. I couldn't.
And during those 2 hours, Joe Rylett was murdered.
Oh, I was at home.
Oh, you're lying, Dennis. Just like you lied about Fred Maltby. We know you shot on his land.
I never. I applied to, but I never did. I only ever shot down the club.
Do you know Booton Park Boating Lake, Dennis?
Yeah?
When was the last time you were there?
Middle of last year. I took the kids.
Not since?
No. No. To feed the ducks. And then that were on the other side.
You seem
Other
very
side
sure
of what?
about the
Hang on,
time
hang on. That was round the other side of what? Dennis, the other side of what?
Well, when I was there the other day, I saw there were a police car there. And that were around the other side. Of the lake.
We had not released by the media the precise location of where the axe had been found. Now, the only people who would have known where the axe had been found were the three lads and the murderer.
You're charged with the offences shown below. You do not have to say anything unless you wish to do so, but what you say may be given evidence. Do you understand?
Aye.
At Lincoln, between the 30th of September 1991 and the 3rd of October 1991, did murder Fred Maltby, contrary to common law. Do you understand?
Right.
At Lincoln, between the 27th of January 1992 and the 30th of January 1992, did murder Norman Allen Rylett, contrary to common law. Do you understand?
That's right.
Oh, I'd just like to sign at the bottom.
Smalley had no alibi. He knew both victims. He had a strong motive. And he had access to the paint which was found on the axe. We now had a very strong case against him.
Members of the jury, on the count of the murder of Alan Rylett, do you find the accused, Dennis Granville Smalley, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Well, after the trial, it was just a huge relief. And I suppose it's just a question of, like my mother used to say, life is not picking up a good hand, it's picking up a bad hand and playing it well, and we'll try and play it the best as we can.
On the count of the murder of Frederick Maltby, do you find the accused guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Having got the man, it's not going to make any difference to Fred. We're not going to see Fred again. I think that's sort of uppermost in your mind, really, regardless of what happens to Dennis Smalley.
I think he probably got himself into such a dire financial position that he couldn't see any way out of it. How can you feel sympathy when two relatively old men have been killed for no real reason? You can't feel any sympathy for him, can you?
What are you doing? 3, 2, 1.
I knew Dennis Smalley. We grew up together in St. Peter's Avenue in Lincoln. He was a couple of years older than me. I do remember one occasion when we went down to Booton Park. There's a lake there, and we undid the lock and almost drained the lake. I couldn't imagine Dennis committing a crime like this. He appeared harmless. I never ever think about Dennis Smalley now at all. I just don't think about him at all.
If Dennis Smalley had actually thrown that axe and it had missed the island, if he'd thrown it with more or less force, had it gone in the water and the axe hadn't been recovered, then I'm sure that we would have never actually got to the bottom of these two murders.
in West London. Christoph Schliak was a flamboyant character who lived in a flat on Coverdale Road in Shepherd's Bush. He came here from West Germany some 20 years ago. He trained there as a barrister, but he worked in London as a sub-editor for Butterworths, the law publishers. And our reconstruction begins there on Monday, the 18th of September, just off the Strand. Christoph Schliak had asked for the afternoon off work. He gave no reason, but it was something he often did. His colleagues thought he may have had a drink problem. He left at lunchtime and probably took the Central Line to Shepherd's Bush. He dressed distinctively with a waistcoat and gold pocket watch, a Trilby hat and monocle. He carried a book to read in a green carrier bag. On this Monday, it was Oblomov by the Russian writer Goncharov. Once at Shepherd's Bush, he would probably have walked across the green towards the Bush pub. Christoph was a regular in the pubs around Shepherd's Bush.
Pint of Wolfenbrau, please.
At about 3 o'clock, he was joined by another regular in the pub.
What, no work today?
Oh, I have taken the afternoon off. Would you like a drink?
I'd love one.
They chatted for an hour, and she remembers he was in good spirits. Later that afternoon, a witness saw Christoph leave with 2 men. At about 5 o'clock, he was seen in the White Horse pub nearby on the Uxbridge Road.
Is my sandwich ready yet?
He was sitting alone, reading. But later on, witnesses remember him chatting with 2 men and buying them rounds of drinks.
See him again? It's a tiny jar.
The barmaid recalls he ordered the same 3 drinks throughout the evening.
Please, vodka and Coke, pint of Guinness and a pint of lager. Thank you, my dear.
At about 8 o'clock, an argument took place.
I am offended by that remark. I am totally disgusted with you.
He stormed off, but was next seen calmly chatting to one of the locals. Then a disagreement broke out over at the pool table. Someone tried to jump the queue.
I'm on next.
No, I don't think so. What's your name?
Sam, I'm on the board.
No, you're not up next.
It was the man in the black leather jacket who'd been sitting with Christoph. He called himself Sam, and witnesses recognised a strong Dublin accent. The landlord came over to sort the problem out.
Is your name Sam?
Yeah.
The 10th in line on the pool table, OK.
Shortly afterwards, Christoph must have left the White Horse. No one saw him go, nor the 2 men he'd been with, but he left his carrier bag containing his book and his pipe. Sometime before 9:30 that night, he went across the road to the Premier Food and Wine Shop. As well as the cider, he bought a packet of cigarettes.
Thank you, my friend.
Christoph only ever smoked a pipe, so who were the cigarettes for? It could well have been his companions in the pub. He was seen with 2 men like them, walking towards his home.
I'm sorry, my friend, for interrupting the
Quite all right.
conversation.
Don't worry.
That's the last known witness to have seen Christoph Schliak alive. At about 10:15, an off-duty woman police constable noticed a man in blood-stained clothes walking briskly up the Uxbridge Road. The next day, Peter Tolhurst found 2 carrier bags and a jacket had been thrown through a pane of glass into his greenhouse. As he lived across the street from the police station on the Uxbridge Road, he reported his findings to the desk sergeant.
Yes, I can help. I don't know whether you're interested, but I found these in my garden. There's an awful lot of blood on them.
Except for one item, a shirt, the bags contained blood-stained clothes and linen belonging to Christoph Schliak. Later that day, police discovered his body in his flat. He'd been stabbed. Now, Colin Wright had said there was a shirt that did not belong to Christoph, possibly the murderer's. This is a replica. The other one, the real one, is not in a fit condition to be shown here. Quite distinctive, this, isn't it?
That's right, Nick. This was found, in fact, in the bags thrown through the greenhouse. It's quite a distinctive motif, although not unique.
Now, these buttons have been sewn on, obviously not by somebody who's a very good seamstress.
That's right. Again, I mean, they stand out. Black button on the bottom and a brown one on the cuff.
And it was pretty dirty when you got it, not just because it had blood on it, but it was just a dirty shirt. Very dirty.
Very grubby. Around the collar there was a thick black tide mark. Looked as if a man had been wearing it for a few days.
Right. The neck size, it's a medium-sized shirt. Obviously, thousands and thousands of these were made. You're not interested in people telling you where they are, who's got them, only if somebody can link it to a man of the right description. Now, the description we've got an artist's impression done by that police officer.
We have,
saw the man walking down the Uxbridge Road. That's her impression of him. We know he's what? He's tallish.
He's about 5'10". He's got dark curly hair.
OK, let's now look at the descriptions of the men in the pub. Now, this is the younger man.
That's right. He's got a ruddy complexion. He's about 25 to 28, of medium build, light brown, wavy hair, down to his collar. And we know he spoke with a noticeable Dublin accent.
And a lot of Irish people are in that pub, so they're going to be right about the geography.
Yes, they were bang on with that.
And the older man also probably had a Dublin accent, we think. Grey hair, medium build.
Not a very good description, but the two together, it may just stick in the mind of somebody.
OK, well, if there's any way in which you think you can help, please do call us. Christoph Schliak, if you knew him, you might have known him as Christoph Schliak. This is the number to call, 01 811 8055. Or you can call the Kensington Incident Room on 01741 621.
Now BBC One follows up a murder case from an earlier edition of Crimewatch UK, as Sue Cook and Nick Ross update their Crimewatch file.
Control to any Gulf Mobile for an intruder on call at the shops in Crumlin Road. 3 youths acting suspiciously at the rear of the shops. Any Gulf Mobile for this call.
Golf Alpha 15, we're on the Crumlin Road. We'll take that.
Your Golf Alpha 15.
Hi lads, what's the story?
What are you, lads? What are you doing?
You're doing nothing.
Jesus, John, it's a gun.
Nothing to do with me. I saw you pass it to him. No, I didn't.
I'm arresting him for illegal possession of firearms. You have no right to maybe give an answer. Do you understand that?
Yeah. You say no?
Shut up.
Each month, Crimewatch attracts an average of 12 million viewers in the UK. But it's not so well known that the programme is received beyond Great Britain, in parts of France, Belgium, Holland and the Republic of Ireland. Quite often we receive calls from viewers in those countries offering useful information. Occasionally, as in tonight's case, that information has provided the vital lead that solves the crime. As usual in our reconstruction, we've changed names and locations to protect the identity of some witnesses, although others and some police officers play themselves.
The story begins 5 years ago. This is Shepherd's Bush in West London. With his flamboyant clothes and outgoing personality, Christoph Schliak was a familiar figure around Shepherd's Bush. On Sunday, September the 17th, he called in at his favourite local restaurant.
Eva, how are you?
Hello.
It's good to see you again.
Christopher was a real character. He used to come to a restaurant 2-3 times a week. Very nice man, very well educated, very knowledgeable. He obviously knew history about Europe, everything about Poland. He probably knew more than I did.
After influence of a few glasses of the wine or something, he started, and suddenly he stood up and he started to recite his poetries, perhaps which he read or perhaps which he wrote himself. He was a very elegant man in his own behavior. He was a gentleman. Yes, he was a very, very likable man.
Christoph lived alone in a rented first-floor flat. He was born in Germany, but came to England in his early 20s. He'd won a scholarship to Leeds University to study classical Chinese. Having obtained his degree, he then went on to study law and qualified as a barrister. It's the morning of Monday, September the 18th. Christoph set off as usual for his work in the city.
Well, Christoph's background was really quite impressive. He had his Bachelor of Arts degree and his law degree and the English bar exam. And he would have loved to have practiced at the English bar. He loved everything about the traditions of the bar and was immensely proud to be a member of the English bar. He wasn't able to practice because, as far as I could see, and it's only a personal view, but his eccentricity was such that it was even unacceptable at the English bar, which is a place where a lot of eccentrics find a happy home. Probably his accent was too heavy. That may have been off-putting. And that, coupled with his particular type of eccentricity, the clothes, the monocle, and these details, I think made people think that he was perhaps a bit over the top, which I think he was in certain respects. But once you got to know him, as I've said, he was amusing and he was a pleasure to work with. In due course, he took employment with Butterworth in their legal department. And he became one of the editors, a sort of sub-editor of some kind, of Halsbury's Laws of England.
I'm not feeling so well. I think I'll take the afternoon off.
Did you manage to look at that article on bankruptcy law?
Oh, yeah, it's here on my desk. I'll finish it in the morning.
Okay. Nothing serious, I hope?
Oh, no, I'm just a bit run down.
Well, see you in the morning, then.
Christoph quite often used illness as an excuse to escape from the office for the afternoon. Later that day, he was back in Shepherd's Bush at his local, the White Horse.
Lager and Guinness. Cheers. Slonch, as you would say in Dublin. Or as the English say, bottoms up.
Yeah, we're not English. You take.
That is an outrageous remark, and I'm totally disgusted by it.
Come on, let's try.
Yeah, the Germans have you been uptight tonight, isn't he?
Oh, he's all mouth, but he's never any real trouble.
Hello, sir. What can I do for you? Hello. I found these in my garden. I think somebody ought to have a look at them.
So when was this stuff thrown into your garden then, Mr. Tolhurst?
I heard a tremendous crash last night, and when I looked out the window this morning,
I found this bag had been thrown through the roof of the greenhouse. And then when I got back from work this evening, seeing the state of it, I thought I'd better bring it over here.
And you looked to see if there was anything in the pockets?
No, there's so much blood everywhere, I didn't like to touch it.
So you got no idea who might have thrown it in your garden?
I thought it might have been a tramp or something.
Yeah, but it's good quality, isn't it? I mean, it's a good quality jacket.
Ah, there we are. Christoph Schliak, 150 Coverdale Road.
Mr. Schliak, open up. It's the police.
When did you last see him?
Well, last night. Well, I didn't see him, but I remember hearing voices coming from upstairs.
Are you sure it was him?
Well, I'm almost certain that one of them was Christoph. And then a short time after that, I heard a thud on the ceiling coming from his room.
Did you do anything?
Well, no, I just thought Christoph's drunk again.
Well, we have to get him there somehow. Does Mr. Schliak live on his own?
Yes, he does, although he has friends to stay from time to time.
Do you know any of them?
No. Christoph and I are quite friendly, but we don't know each other well.
What sort of people are they?
Well, most of his friends are men. I've never seen a woman go into his flat.
Does he have any particular friends?
Well, there is one who comes to visit quite regularly. I think his name is Philip.
What's his full name, do you know?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I think he works in the legal profession. That's all I know about him.
He's in there. You need to call Nick, get a doctor down here right away.
Detective Inspector Colin Wright arrived from Shepherd's Bush Police Station to take charge.
Victim's name is Christoph Schliak, Gov. I couldn't get in at first. I put a ladder up against the window. It's a bit of a mess.
Has the doctor been called?
Yep, he's in there now with the lab sergeant.
If you could just step across here.
I take it you can pronounce life extinct from here in a case like this?
Yes, life extinct at 2105.
Check 2105.
Matt?
I'll go. Doc, see you all right.
Hello, Doctor.
He's been dead for some hours. Looks like stab wounds.
Right.
And he's lying naked on the sofa.
Thank you, Doctor. What do you think they need, Bruce?
Need a photographer and a biologist to do the blood distribution, and a senior fingerprint officer. I've already arranged that and he's on way.
OK. Matt, you preserve the scene. Dave, if you can make inquiries of the immediate neighbours.
Yeah, do you want me to get hold of the mortuary, Gov?
No, I'll do that when I get back to the Nick.
Gov?
Yep.
Excuse me, Gov. We've just heard. We've got a WPC witness an incident in Uxbridge Road last night. We think it might have something to do with this job.
What's her name?
Jackie Jones. She'll be waiting at the Nick if you want to talk to her.
What did you say?
Well, we decided to go for a drink down at the Carlton Club after late turn, so it was about 10:15. We were walking up towards the Carlton Club and I saw this guy walking down towards us, wearing a white T-shirt, and the T-shirt had blood on it. He also had blood on the side of his face. There was just something about him that I just wasn't happy with.
Did you get a chance to talk to him?
I did suggest it, but he just walked past the police station, and so we thought if there was anything wrong, he would have gone in.
Did you get a look at his face?
I did see his face, but he did have his hand over part of it.
I can tell you that he's received 23 knife wounds. Jawbone's been crushed with the force of the blow. The cause of death is their massive blood loss.
Is there any evidence of sexual assault?
No.
Can you give us a time of death?
Well, it would be at least a day, maybe 2 or 3, but I can't be more precise than that.
What sort of weapon was used?
It's a single-edged knife, blade up to about 13 centimetres. That's minimum length. 2.7 centimetres maximum width. Tapers to a point. It could be a sheath knife or a bread knife, something like that.
We knew from speaking to Christoph Schliak's neighbours that he was a homosexual, and the ferocity of the attack and the fact that he was naked led me to believe that I was dealing with a homosexual murder. It was really important that I find out if Christoph had a regular boyfriend, or whether in fact he was the sort of man that made casual pickups. If this was the case, I had real problems on my hands. Our first job was to speak to as many people as we could who knew Christoph, just to find out what we could about him.
Investigating a murder that's happened in the area recently. Wondering whether you recognise this gentleman at all?
Yes, I do. He comes here quite often.
Does he?
Yes.
When was the last time he was in, do you know?
Monday. Yeah. On Monday night he was there.
Really? Do you know what he bought as well?
He bought some ciders and some fags.
Well, just down the road here is a little church hall, and we hold our trade union meeting in there.
Right.
And we packed up that evening, around 9:30. We were walking up this towards the high street, and these three chaps came towards us, walking abreast.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, please make way, the English gentleman. I apologize for holding you up.
Quite all right.
Good evening.
But we couldn't help looking back because this chap with his monocle, you know, it was so unusual.
Right, now, are you sure about the numbers? 3 of them?
Oh, there were definitely 3. 3 men, yes.
Excuse me, mate, could you tell me where Court 6 is?
Yeah, just round to the left here.
Cheers, pal. Excuse me, Philip Porter?
Yes, what can I do for you?
We're from Shepherd's Bush Police Station. Is that part of London mean anything to you?
Shepherd's Bush, yes, I know it.
You been there recently?
Fairly recently. I have a friend who lives there.
Would that be Christoph Schliak of Coverdale Row?
That's right.
You know him well, do you?
Well, he's just an acquaintance, really. We met through the Bar Association and we had the law in common, that's all there was to it. What's all this about?
I have to tell you that Christoph Schliak is dead.
Dead?
And his death was suspicious. Can you account for your movements recently?
Well, yes, I've just returned from holiday in Ireland. What happened to Christoph?
He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah. And a man was seen covered in blood near the scene of the crime. And from the description we have, he looked a lot like you.
We'd been told by several sources that this man was Schliak's closest friend, maybe in fact his lover. It was claimed by a witness that they were seen together on the day of the murder. However, Porter's first reaction was to play down their relationship. This made us a bit wary of him.
At the scene of the murder, the forensic team was into its 3rd day of the long and painstaking search for clues.
If you'd like to take hold of this one, Bruce, and just aim it towards the wall over there. Just check that. Okay. There we go.
When we came to examine the scene, it became apparent that the victim had come into contact with a number of pieces of furniture whilst he was bleeding.
Okay.
I can see from there you must have that distribution across the wall, but
Yep.
how far over to the right does it go?
Oh, that's more than half of the door. Okay.
Also, there was blood distributed around the walls. That indicated to us that the victim had in fact been moving around during the attack, trying to get away from his attacker. But of course, all the blood wasn't necessarily Mr. Schliak's. So we took samples from various areas of the room in order to try and trace any alien blood, which may well have been that of the attacker. As well as the blood, we looked for any other evidence which might indicate the presence of somebody else in the room with the victim before the attack. There was a cider bottle and 2 glasses. They'd been used, so somebody may well have been drinking with Mr. Schliak prior to his death. Unfortunately, these items didn't have any fingerprints on them. In the doorway to the room where the body was, I found an envelope with just 1 spot of blood on it. Because of its position, it indicated to me that this was not likely to be the blood of the victim. In fact, later tests proved that it was not Mr. Schliak's blood. Most importantly of all, there was enough blood there for our scientists to obtain a very good DNA profile. This meant that we almost certainly had the DNA identity of the killer.
Is it?
I think so. It's going.
How are you getting on with Porter?
Well, he admits to knowing Schliak, but completely denies they were involved.
Did you believe him?
Nah, he's holding something back.
What's his alibi like?
Well, his landlady remembers him coming back in, but that's all. So he could have gone out again and she wouldn't have known, would she?
At the Metropolitan Police Forensic Laboratory, scientists were examining the contents of the black plastic sack recovered from the greenhouse.
Yep, let's have a KM on that, please. The bag contained a number of items, including 2 heavily blood-stained garments, that is, a jacket and a shirt.
Yep,
The jacket belonged to Christoph Schliak, and grouping and DNA tests showed that the blood on it matched the alien blood found on the envelope and other items at the murder scene. I examined the shirt, and one of the features was an unusual and distinctive logo. So the police were very keen to trace whether the shirt had belonged to Christoph Schliak or to the murderer.
Impact spatter?
I grouped the blood on the shirt and found that it matched Schliak himself, but the distribution of the blood, particularly the heavy staining on the cuffs, showed that it was much more likely to have been worn by the attacker during the murder.
So you admit you knew Christoph Schliak was gay?
Yes.
And you used to stay with him in his flat?
Yes.
Often?
Quite often. We used to spend weekends together.
When did you last see him?
I told you, August bank holiday weekend. We found these clothes in his flat.
Any of them belong to you?
Yeah, this jacket is mine. Well, I gave it to Christoph.
Did you leave anything else in his flat?
No. Well, yes, I used to keep a toothbrush and razor there, that's all.
So you used to live together?
For a while, when I came back from living abroad.
You used to spend all that time with Schliak, and you expect us to believe he wasn't your boyfriend?
But we were just friends. Christoph was fun to be with. He was my best friend. He did once make a sort of pass, but I told him I wasn't interested because I'm not gay.
And what was his reaction to this? Was there an argument? Was he upset by it?
No. Well, yeah, yes, he was a bit upset, but it wasn't any big deal.
He just accepted it?
That's right.
I'm going to ask you a question now, and I want you to think very seriously before you answer it. Did you kill Christoph Schliak?
No.
Although Porter's alibi was never watertight, there was absolutely no evidence against him. This was confirmed by the results of his blood grouping, which totally eliminated him from the inquiry. In the end, I was convinced what Porter was telling me was the truth.
The White Horse, Christoph's local, was just across the road from the police station. In fact, several officers knew him by sight. Plenty of witnesses had seen him there on the night of his death.
So Christoph Schliak was in here last Monday night?
Well, he came in here and he bought a drink and he sat down over there. A little while later, I served him with a steak sandwich.
Right, now about what time would that have been?
It was about 5 o'clock.
On his own or with someone?
Well, he was on his own for a while reading a book, and then a little while later I saw him talking to a couple of fellas. That's when the trouble started.
That's an outrageous remark, and I'm totally disgusted by it.
He was really roaring. And then he seemed to calm down again. And then all of a sudden, he jumped up and shouted again.
Did you know these blokes?
No, they weren't regulars.
Describe them to me.
Well, one was youngish in his 20s, the other was about 40s or 50ish.
Anything else?
Well, I was pretty sure from their accent they were Dubliners.
So you had a few that night, did you?
Yeah, I had quite a few pints, but I wasn't drunk, you know.
And you got involved in some sort of argument, is that right?
Well, it was my turn to play pool next, and I was just putting money into the slot when this fella I'd never seen before came over and started arguing.
Hey, it was my turn.
I don't think so. My name's next on the list.
My name's on the list as well.
Yeah, but my name is top of the list on this board. That's the way it's done.
Says who? I've been waiting a long time and I'm gonna play now.
Come on, break it up. You have to take your turn. What's your name?
Sam.
There's 5 people before you. Go and sit down and someone will call you when it's your turn. Okay?
Was the German fella involved in any way?
No, he wasn't. But later on, I did see this fella, Sam, sitting next to the German.
Did you know him, Sam?
No, I'd never seen him before.
Can you remember what he looks like? Would you be able to do a photo fit with a police artist?
I could, yeah. And I'll tell you one thing for sure, he was a Dubliner.
Here's the latest photo fit, sir, from Ian Gallagher from the White Horse public house that actually witnessed the argument taking place. Very strong on facial detail, even down to spots down the lower end of the face.
What about this moustache here?
He was quite sure that it matched the hair colour of this particular guy, but not fully mature, as in a full moustache. Can I take you back to the one with Jackie Jones from the Uxbridge Road? We had a dilemma there, if you remember. Jackie just could not remember the eye detail.
Yeah, there's no eyes, yeah.
In here, so I run with the full-length picture with her. She was extremely strong on the clothing, where Ian wasn't. On this particular one, especially, she focused in on this very heavily blood-stained clothing.
The faces are pretty similar.
There are quite a few striking resemblances on certain features, yes, sir.
I think we'll go with this one, Matt. People are more likely to remember blood-stained clothing. Let's get it printed up for circulation.
Yeah, straight away, go. Cheers.
I believe the blood-stained man and the Dubliner who had the argument at the pool table could possibly have been the same man. Although we had to keep an open mind on this, this was the line I decided to follow.
So began the daunting task of finding one particular Dubliner amongst the thriving Irish community around Shepherd's Bush.
We're investigating a murder and we're looking for this man in the mid-20s, a Dubliner. I believe answers to the name of Sam. About 25, would speak with a broad Dublin accent.
We're looking for this guy in connection with a murder that happened on the 18th of September. He's Irish, we believe. He's a Dubliner, we think. He's certainly Irish. I would think his name is Sam.
We think he's a Dubliner.
Well, I'm a Dubliner.
Right. He's in his 20s, maybe 30, and he would have been quite heavily bloodstained.
We're investigating a murder. Would you recognise this individual? He's an Irishman, 20 to mid-20s to late 20s, answer to the name of Sam.
Cowards! In here.
You've got some further information for us, Mr. Cummings?
Oh, yes, I've been thinking some more about that Dubliner Sam that you're after.
Really?
It was the week before the murder. I think it was a Thursday. He was in here having a drink.
Yeah?
3 Irish gypsies came in, and they woke up to him, and they asked him to buy them a drink. He ignored them at first, but then he really flipped and shouted at them to leave him alone. Well, I had to throw them out, but as they were going, one of them turned and shouted at the Dublin fella, "I know you. You're not from Dublin. You're from Mullingar."
You, wouldn't happen to know the names of these gypsies, would you?
The family name is Maughan, and the one who seemed to know him was called John.
Where they live, do you know?
I've no idea, but they hang out a lot on Shepherd's Bush Green.
Hello, John. Oi, wake up.
What do you want?
We're investigating a murder. We think you might be able to help us.
Oi, oi, oi! It's all right, it's all right. You're not in trouble. We just want to talk to you. Back at the station with Vienna, all right?
So was it you having the argument in the White Horse a week or two ago?
What if it was?
You just want to trace the man you was arguing with, that's all.
What's in it for me?
Tell us what you know, we'll see what we can do.
Well, I think I know who you're after.
What's his name?
I was in the Joy with him last year.
The Joy?
Mountjoy Prison.
So what's his name?
If I tell you that, there's got to be a few bob in it.
Don't mess us about, John. If you know his name, then tell us.
The boys called him Hopper. That was his nickname in the prison.
Real name?
I don't know.
Come on, John.
He was doing time for armed robbery, and he wasn't someone you would want to mess with. He was a hard man.
Look, we're dealing with a murder. If you know the man's name, you've got to tell us what it is.
Well, I think they called him Brian. I think that was his name.
What about his surname?
That I don't know.
As a result of that interview, I sent 2 detectives to Dublin to make inquiries. They discovered that the man Hopper had escaped from Mountjoy Prison 6 months before the murder and was believed living in England. We made inquiries to try and find him, but it was hopeless.
In any case, Hopper didn't fit witnesses' descriptions. What had seemed a strong lead turned out to be another dead end. Colin Wright turned to Crimewatch.
The most distinctive thing is this badge.
So how have you done this? You've just made this up to...
That's right, yes.
Because the original one's so bloodstained. But it is identical.
Identical. Well, the murderer was wearing that, so if anybody can identify that shirt, then that'll take me back to the murderer.
So you agree, we start with that. Shirley, you happy with that?
Yeah,
start with
that's
that,
fine.
go to that, finish up with the pub.
The two Dubliners.
And sound.
That's right.
Yeah.
John, in sound, can you feed VTA sound through to us, please?
Yes,
Everybody
Tom's
listening in
you
sound.
out.
Run VTA.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 40 seconds on tape.
Okay, we're on air. Stand by. Coming to camera 3 next. Nick, you'll be on 3 to start with. Stand by with the lighting change.
You're not interested in people telling you where they are, who's got them, only if somebody can link it to a man's right description. Now, the description we've got an artist's impression done by that police officer.
We have,
saw the man walking down the Uxbridge Road. We know he's what? He's tallish.
He's about 5 feet 10.
Gardaí regularly watched the Crimewatch UK programme, and I made a particular point of watching this programme because I had seen trails a bit earlier referring to a murder which had been committed in London and was believed to have been committed by a Dublin man. I had also heard rumours that a man called Kenneth Hamilton was boasting of having committed a murder in London, and I felt that he may fit the bill for this murder.
Well, if there's any way in which you think you can help, please do call us.
Well, I knew Kenneth Hamilton quite well. I knew him to be a quite vicious criminal, and I knew he was quite capable of committing the murder. The only thing we had, though, at this stage was the name Kenneth Hamilton. So I felt that Mick should go back to his informant again and speak to him.
Hi, Jim.
What do you want?
You know this lad Hamilton you were talking to me about? He's supposed to have been involved in some kind of a murder or other.
There's been a lot of talk around at the moment. It was on that Crimewatch programme, wasn't it?
That's right. Do you know any more?
You investigating it?
No, but I'm interested in it.
All I know is that this fella Hamilton has been trying to get in on some armed robberies. The lads are wary of him because he's a bit of a madman. But to prove he's tough, he's been boasting that he killed some German fella in London. No one really believed him until that Crimewatch thing.
Is that all?
That's all I know.
Can you find out some more for me?
I could.
Will you do that?
I'll be in touch.
I'll see you.
Des, did you see that Crimewatch programme the other night? It said that there was 2 fellas from Dublin involved in a murder over there in Shepherd's Bush in London.
I saw it myself, yes.
I think Kenneth Hamilton was involved in that. I wonder, would you have anything on file for him? I wonder where we could find him at the moment.
Just a moment now. Kenneth Hamilton, he's in Mountjoy. He was arrested a couple of months ago for shoplifting.
Is that all he's in for?
No, there is something to do with unlawful possession of a handgun.
Right, what have you got for me?
Hamilton met this fella in a pub. Thought he was a rich queer. So he befriended him, went back to his place to rob him. It was something he'd done before, you know. Only this time he killed the man.
Was he on his own?
He went to the man's house with his stepfather.
And was he involved in it?
No. He left Hamilton drinking with the German fella. Hamilton fell asleep. When he woke up, the German fella came out of another room with no clothes on. He panicked, murdered him, and ran.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Only the murderer and the inquiry team knew that Christoph Schliak was naked when he died. I just couldn't believe it. My initial reaction was to get out there as soon as possible, but you just can't do that. There are procedures to follow. In the meantime, I asked the Irish police to make further inquiries for me.
Yeah, I sold a shirt with a badge like that.
Roughly how long ago do you think you might have sold it?
Oh, about a year, 9, 10 months ago. It's hard to say.
How can you be sure it was a shirt like that you sold?
Well, it's the badge. It's very unusual, and it was in the wrong place on the shirt. And as well as that, I remember the two fellas that bought it. They looked at every shirt in the shop before they settled on this one.
Can you describe them for us, please?
Well, the fella that bought it, he was young, 20s maybe. He had dark hair, and he was quite tall.
Sit down there, Kenneth. How are you keeping? Well. Kenneth, I want to talk to you about something. We weren't involved with it. It's not going to be any problem to you, okay? Here, do you want a cigarette? Before I do, I must caution you, Kenneth. You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so. Whatever you do say will have to be taken down in writing and maybe given as evidence, okay? When were you in London last week?
Well, no, I haven't been in London at all. At least not since 1984 when I was deported, like, you know. Why was all this about?
Well, it's about the murder of a man that I'm making inquiries into. A man called Christopher Schliak. He was murdered in Shepherd's Bush last September.
I don't know if that'll be it.
Well, he was stabbed to death in his flat in Covendale Road.
Yeah, well, it's got nothing to do with me, like, you know.
Well, it's like this. If it has nothing got to do with you, all I need from you is a blood sample to eliminate you from our inquiries, okay?
No way.
Well, if you're not happy to give me a blood sample, a hair sample will do instead.
I'm not giving you any bleeding samples.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Right.
Gareth, take me back to myself. This interview was over. Got no more to say to him.
Okay, Kenneth. Fine, thank you. Kenneth Hamilton refused to give me blood samples, which I had been requested to take by the English police. He was quite within his rights to do this. But I knew I had struck a chord with him when I mentioned the murder in Shepherd's Bush and the name Christopher Schliak. I was happy leaving Kenneth Hamilton that he was the man who had committed that crime.
The Irish police had done brilliantly. The inquiry was going nowhere until we received their information. But it's one thing knowing that Hamilton was responsible, it's another thing proving it. What we needed was hard evidence to stand any chance of extraditing Hamilton from Ireland. The first thing was I wanted to find out as much as I could about his background. I then wanted to see him in the flesh, but as he was a prisoner, he refused to see me, as was his right. So the Irish police tipped me off that he'd be appearing at court for a traffic offence.
Hamilton was bussed from Mountjoy prison to a district court where he was facing charges on a motoring offence committed the previous year.
There's your man. That's Hamilton.
Yeah, he looks right.
Certainly does. Is he still refusing to talk to us?
We spoke to him this morning, but he still insists he doesn't want to talk to you.
Right.
What else can we learn about him?
There are more detectives around town that have had dealings with him. I'm sure they'd be able to help you.
Can you tell me exactly what happened, John?
Well, Matt, last May myself and Martin were working in the Crumlin Road area. We received a call that there was intruders at the back of the shops on the Crumlin Road. We saw 3 youths emerge from the lane. We saw the taller of the 3 pass something in a bag to the other 2. Martin went to the 2 other youths.
Jesus, John, it's a gun.
I approached the taller of the 3 youths. Under Section 30 of Offences Against the State Act for unlawful possession of firearms at Winman Road.
After the youths were arrested, they were put in the back of the patrol car. It wasn't until we got into the station, into the office, with the lights on, that I recognised the tallest of the youths as Kenneth Hamilton, whom I had dealings with on a previous occasion, and I knew to be of a very violent nature.
Kenneth, what explanation have you got for this gun?
None, sir.
Kenneth, the other 2 young fellas have made statements, and they've said in their statements that you asked them to help you rob a post office. What have you got to say to that? One of the young fellas in his statement even says that when he asked you could he go home, you pushed him to the ground and threatened you'd shoot him.
Look, I told you I don't know anything about any bleeding gun. I've got nothing to say to you.
Well, after he was interviewed, he was charged with illegal possession of firearms. He was brought to the Dublin District Court, where he was released on his own bail to appear in 4 weeks' time. And on that date, he failed to appear, and a warrant was issued for his arrest.
Do you know where he got to?
At the time, we made inquiries, and we learned that he was on the run in London. We believe in acting.
Kenneth Hamilton?
Yeah.
There you go.
Cheers. Convictions for shoplifting, and there's a warrant out for him on a charge of TDA and dangerous driving in Shepherd's Bush. Uses the alias of Sam.
Address?
137 Maple Avenue, where he lived with his family.
We ready?
Yes, Gar.
We're looking for evidence against Hamilton. This is probably going to be our last chance. In particular, I'm interested in any photographs of Hamilton wearing that shirt and any evidence of any recent injuries to him. Most importantly, I want all the family spoken to. I'm going to speak to Hamilton's stepfather, Daniel Hogan. You'll speak to the rest. If they play out, arrest them for conspiracy to pervert. Any questions? Let's go then.
Yes?
Mrs. Hamilton?
Yes?
I'm Detective Inspector Wright from Shepherd's Bush Police Station, investigating a murder. May we come in?
I suppose so.
I believe your son Kenneth was responsible for that murder. May we search the premises?
Excuse me. Thank you.
If you must.
When was Kenneth last here?
He went back to Ireland in September.
Would he be involved in a fight around about that time?
Oh, Kenneth's always involved in fights.
Wake up, please.
Well, what do you want? Are you steward?
Yeah?
I'm making inquiries about your brother Kenneth.
What about him?
When did you last see him?
It's months ago. He's in Dublin now.
Where's your husband, Daniel Hogan?
He's not my husband, and he doesn't live here anymore.
Where's he living then?
He's staying somewhere in Shepherd's Bush, but I've no idea of the address.
You must have some idea where he's staying.
I'm sorry, I haven't.
So where's your stepfather staying then?
I've no idea.
Come on, you must have some idea. When did you last see him?
It was months ago.
And where was he then?
I can't remember.
How long's he been separated from your mother?
More or less since we came over to England.
Where's he live now, do you know?
No idea.
Oh, come on, don't give me that.
I haven't.
Do you see your daddy at all?
He takes me out now and again.
Do you know where he lives now?
In Shepherd's Bush.
Do you know whereabouts in Shepherd's Bush?
In the Barkins Hotel.
Once the whole family had been taken back to the police station, Colin Wright went to pick up Daniel Hogan.
Daniel Hogan?
Yes?
Please, get yourself dressed. We're going down to the station.
Right. You know what this is about, don't you?
It's about the German fellow, isn't it? I knew you would come and get me. I've been expecting it for months. It's been playing on my mind.
Look, why don't you get it off your mind and tell us what happened, eh?
Kenneth is a very violent fellow, you know. He's not the sort to cross.
It was you drinking with the German that night, wasn't it?
We were, yes. Kenneth was playing up to the German. Occasion drinks off and that sort of thing. He was quite drunk. Well, we all were.
Were you in there all night?
No, I left them in the pub.
What time was that?
I'm not sure. It was quite late. Nearly closing time, I think.
And then?
Well, the next thing, Stuart, that's Kenneth's brother. He woke me up, and he told me that Kenneth had a badly cut hand, and could I help to dress it? I asked him what had happened, and he told me that Kenneth had killed the German. Jeez, I really panicked. I didn't know what to do. I was terrified.
You helped Kenneth, didn't you?
It was a long time ago. I can't remember.
Well, I think you better try, or you could end up an accessory to murder.
I didn't do anything.
Well, you haven't got anything to worry about then, have you?
I came home late. It was gone 11. Kenneth was in my bedroom.
Stuart, come here a minute, will you?
What is it? What's the matter? Jesus, look at you.
Will shut it. Just been in a fight.
You blood all over you.
Yeah, well, I cut my hand, didn't I? I guess you smoke.
Jesus, it looks bad. It's deep.
It really hurts. Can't stop the bleeding.
Here, I'll tie it. What happened? Who did you have the argument with?
Look, never you mind. I could be in real trouble. I've got to get rid of these clothes and get this looked at. You gotta help me or what?
He wanted to destroy all the clothes he'd been wearing. And so we went out and bought some petrol from a garage. Then we put the clothes into one of the concrete bins up Bromyard Avenue and he set fire to him.
Right there. Wait, thanks very much. Went home with this German queer. Thought I could take him for a few quid, you know? Then he went and took all his clothes off. Saw a knife and I just went for him.
You killed him?
Must have. So, he was just a queer. He tried it on, you know?
Was there a night last September when Kenneth came home with a cut hand?
There was a night about that time. Stuart came and woke me up and told me that Kenneth wanted to talk to me. I told him no, but he said that Kenneth was hurt and that I should see him. What is it? What's the matter?
It's me hand. I cut me hand.
How did that happen?
Just had a fight with some black guy, you know?
You're always in fights, Kenneth. What's the matter with you?
Sorry.
You're always sorry. I'm fed up with your sorries. You do better to think a bit before you get yourself into fights.
It wasn't my fault.
I don't want to talk about it. You better get him to the hospital and get that looked at. When are you gonna grow up?
I want you to take a good look at this shirt, Mrs. Hamilton. It's identical to one that was worn by the man who murdered Christoph Schliak. Do you recognize it?
I have seen a shirt like that before. It belongs to one of the boys. I think it's Kenneth's.
By the end of the day, I was convinced that I had sufficient evidence to extradite Hamilton from Ireland. It was a really great moment for us all. However, to ensure a conviction against Hamilton, it was vital that Daniel Hogan attend court and give evidence against his stepson. Daniel Hogan was terrified of Hamilton, and it was really important that we kept in close contact with him so that he wouldn't change his mind.
It was 7 months before all the extradition proceedings were complete. On Saturday, October the 6th, at Dunleary Harbour, the Irish police handed Kenneth Hamilton over to British detectives. They travelled by ferry. Hamilton had a fear of flying.
When we took him into custody, Hamilton handed me a note stating he wasn't going to say anything to us. This was a trick I think he learned from the Irish terrorists. And in fact, he didn't say anything to me on the whole crossing, despite the fact that the weather was so appalling. Everybody on the ship was sick, including Hamilton and myself.
So, 1 year and 3 weeks after Christoph Schliak was killed, Kenneth Hamilton returned to Shepherd's Bush. Although the case against him was a strong one, successful conviction would depend on at least one member of Hamilton's family giving evidence in court.
All right, Molly? Yeah. How's the missus? All right. Yeah?
Yes, sir. This is Kenneth Hamilton, who was arrested this morning in Dublin in connection with the murder of Christoph Schliak. He'll be detained here pending further inquiries.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm the police surgeon. Now, you understand what this is about. I have to take a sample of head hair. Do I have your consent for this? Do I have your consent for this?
Yeah.
Now that Hamilton was in custody, we had a legal right to take a head hair sample for the purpose of DNA profiling. This was compared with the DNA profile that was obtained from the blood sample that was found at the scene of the crime.
The forensic laboratory confirmed expectations. The DNA samples matched exactly.
A pair of socks. I'd say this was a blue polo type shirt. Yeah, polo shirt.
Then, amongst Hamilton's personal possessions, one last crucial and unexpected piece of evidence.
Hello?
Oh, and a photograph.
Yeah.
Is that relevant?
Certainly is.
8 months later, on May the 13th, 1991, Kenneth Hamilton was tried for murder at the Old Bailey. Although Daniel Hogan gave his evidence in court, the jury found Hamilton not guilty of murder. Instead, they found him guilty of the manslaughter of Christoph Schliak.
We were very unhappy with the result because the defence argued that the first stab wound to Sliak killed him instantly and the other 22 were therefore irrelevant. I found this incredible because the blood distribution at the murder scene clearly showed that the fight continued around the room after Christoph Sliak was stabbed. The defence also argued that Sliak made sexual advances towards Kenneth Hamilton, who panicked and stabbed him. The truth of this, no one will ever know for sure, but Christoph Sliak was not a violent man. He was a harmless eccentric, whereas Kenneth Hamilton was a violent and vicious criminal. And I believe that Christoph Sliak was very, very unlucky to run into a man like Kenneth Hamilton.
I suppose it might be said that although we know somebody, we don't know everything about them. I can only give my impression, and my impression was that Christoph's character was not of the violent type. I spoke at Christoph's funeral, and I really made remarks that all of us wanted to be made, that we liked him. We found it inconceivable that he'd been taken from us in the way that he had been, and that we would miss him.
Crimewatch UK returns for its 10th series starting this Thursday night at 10 o'clock. And coming up next, how the world's most powerful drugs cartel used international financial systems to move their dirty money.
A couple of months ago about a family held at gunpoint and then kidnapped in a bid to steal money from a major supermarket. It was a particularly distasteful crime. You can imagine the effect that it had on the family concerned. And it's a type of offence detectives are determined to put a stop to. Indeed, with your help tonight, this is one that they're going to solve. In the next few minutes, we'll be revealing for the first time a number of important clues, some of them so specific that several people watching are likely to know who the culprits are. Please call us if you can help. The reconstruction begins 4 miles northeast of Ipswich. On the afternoon of Friday, August the 2nd, Edna Andrews and her sons Matthew and James were 27 miles from home, walking wearily towards the village of Balham in Suffolk. They stopped off at a builder's merchant's.
Can you help us? We've been kidnapped. Can you get the police?
What? What's your problem?
Look, these are the marks where we were tied up and held in a car. My husband's the manager at Tesco's. They told him to go and get some money. I don't know where he is. Get the police, please.
Hello. This is Mr. Andrews, General Manager at Tesco's Ipswich. I've just been involved in a serious incident. My wife and family have been taken hostage.
Mr. Andrews, yes sir, we are in touch with your family, and my understanding is that they're safe and unharmed.
Oh, thank God.
In the investigation that followed, police received 4 crucial tip-offs. They led detectives to a number of local people whom they believed played minor roles in helping to set up the crime. All denied they know the identity of the actual. And from what police have learned from other witnesses, investigators have been able to build up quite a detailed picture of the 3 men they're now looking for, the ringleaders.
We believe the gang are from London and the home counties. What they did was, in fact, plan the robbery for about 6 months, travelling to Colchester and Ipswich on odd days, and followed Mr. Andrews, keeping him under observation. It may also be that during this time they watched and observed other members of Tesco's staff. One of the gang we know was driving a Land Cruiser, a Toyota Land Cruiser, together with a silver Peugeot GTI. It is also known that they followed them to his home address and also kept his family under observation for some considerable time. Organised and well-planned robbery conducted by very professional men who are very ruthless in their actions.
It's 9 o'clock in the evening of Thursday, August the 1st, in Brooks Hall Road in Ipswich. The car had been stolen 10 days earlier and now has false number plates. About 20 minutes drive away is Chits Hill in Colchester.
Tonight's main headline again. Israel has said yes.
See you in a minute.
Yeah, okay. And said tonight that the US had agreed to its demands on Palestinian representation. There'll be more on Newsnight on BBC Two at half.
Move in and shut up. Who are you? What do you want? I said move in and shut up. Mom!
Oh, God.
What's going on?
Leave him alone. He's
Be
a good
quiet.
boy.
And you'll be all right. Move into that room. Keep your heads down. 6-4. Everything's okay. We're in. Is it quiet out there?
The nosy may be looking out the window, but otherwise it's quiet.
Are you expecting anyone tonight?
No. Only my son, Matthew.
At what time will he be back? Keep your eyes down! Don't look at me.
This man is the brains and the leader of the gang. He spoke with a European accent, possibly Dutch or German. We believe he lives in a flat in the London area, possibly alone. He certainly doesn't appear to be married, although he speaks regularly of visiting his nieces and nephews in that area. We believe he's a dog owner and a keen mountaineer. We think that he may be called Paul, but we're far from certain of that.
There's no doubt that their guns were loaded. By midnight, a third intruder was in the house, and the Andrews' eldest son had returned home to be greeted by the gunman.
We know everything about you. Your car, your movements. What we want is £80,000 from your store.
We probably don't have that kind of money out the store.
Then you have a problem. How much will there be?
Probably about 20,000.
But that's no good to us. We spent 10 grand setting this job up. 20 grand is nothing.
Look, I know what you want, and I'll do what you want, only just don't harm my family.
Look, it's nothing personal, just a job. I've got a mortgage like you. Cooperate, fine. If not, we'll do your wife and kids. You may find the bodies, you may not.
This is a particularly evil and aggressive man. He threatened to rape Mrs. Andrews during this incident. We believe him to be married or living with a partner. He drives a red XR3i and pretends to be a builder. He carries a bag of cement in the back of the car for this purpose, to dust himself down, his clothing.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
You will carry on as normal. Tell someone at the store if you have to get the money, but don't tell head office or the police. You will be at the drop-off point at 3:30. If you're not there, you can kiss goodbye to your family. Have you got that?
They headed north along the A12 towards Ipswich and drove right past the supermarket which Andy Andrews runs. A few miles further on, the car turned into Balham Woods. About 1 hour later, at around 7 o'clock, Andy Andrews arrived for work as usual. At Balham Woods, just one of the kidnappers remained, camouflaging the car to prevent it being seen from the road.
Very stupid.
We know less about this man than the other two. He seems less sure of himself and was regularly ordered about by the other two. We believe he lives in the London area and has spent time in Hollesley Bay Detention Centre in Suffolk for car crime.
It's now 3:05 at Tesco's. Andy Andrews has told some half a dozen staff about what's happened, and they've agreed to let him have the takings. A security guard has volunteered to accompany him to give him some support as he heads off to drop the cash, precisely as he's been instructed. They left the car and money in the do-it-all car park off Ranelagh Road and walked to Ipswich railway station, where Andy had been told he'd hear about his family. When no message came, he telephoned the police. Malcolm Hargreaves, obviously we haven't shown much of what happened inside the house, but this was a particularly unpleasant bunch of people.
Yes, short of murder or rape, I believe this is the most obnoxious offence that criminals can commit, and most villains wouldn't touch it with a barge pole.
The first guy, the one who was mid-European, possibly German, you're not entirely sure about this video fit.
No, we're not entirely sure. It's the impression of one particular witness, and there may be variations to the hairstyle and the overall shape of the face.
Let's just remind ourselves of what the others look like. We think these are fairly accurate. There is, incidentally, a very substantial reward on this.
There is indeed. Tesco's have put forward a £30,000 reward, which is on offer for the arrest and charging of the persons responsible.
That's most unusual. It's for the arrest and charge. You don't need to secure a conviction.
No, we don't.
They're obviously really determined that these guys are going to be found tonight. Another good clue, of course, is the Toyota Land Cruiser that you know one of them had.
We believe this is an excellent clue. As mentioned in the film, the man we refer to as the German was believed to be using a Land Cruiser type vehicle from January to about July, and also a Peugeot colour silver 205 GTI. Not necessarily a Toyota Land Cruiser, but that's the best description you've got. That's right? The nearest we can get to it.
And I think you reckon he probably disposed of the vehicle around the time of the crime?
He probably disposed of the four-wheel drive vehicle about the first week in July.
So somebody who's a dealer, perhaps?
It's just possible that a garage will remember a German selling that vehicle to them.
This was one of the shotguns used in the offence, recovered soon afterwards. Tell us about it. What sort of... It's got a number on it, B10870. B10870.
This is one of two shotguns brought by the criminals to be used on the offence, recovered at Ipswich, and we were only able to find the original owner in South Wales in 1984, and since then we've not been able to trace its history at all.
OK. This belt, cartridge belt, also found. These aren't the original cartridges that were found with the belt. They were quite unusual. They were of different colours.
Yes, it was particularly noticed by the witnesses that there were multicoloured cartridges in the belt, but that is the original belt.
Mr. Hargreaves, this sort of offence is very unusual. As you say, it's very serious, and the police are determined that it shouldn't be repeated. If it is, what is the advice to somebody who finds that their family is threatened? Should they call the police? What should they do?
Our advice is always to notify the police, because the villains rely on the overwhelming threats to intimidate these people. We have contingency plans to deal with these matters, and one of the most important aspects is the police will do nothing to place the life of a victim at risk.
So call the police, however strong the intimidation and threats are?
However strong the intimidation is, that is what they rely on. It's mainly bluff.
It was a big reward, as I say. It was a particularly distasteful crime. Here's the number if you can help, 081 811 8181. That comes directly here to the studio, or you can call officers direct at Essex Police Headquarters in Chelmsford, 452 120. 0245, the code for Chelmsford, 452 120.
And now on BBC One, Sue Cook opens the Crimewatch file on an emotive case of double identity.
On Thursday, the 1st of August, 2 years ago, a supermarket manager was forced to rob his own store while his wife and 2 children were held hostage. When the details of the case began to emerge, that Andy Andrews, his wife Edna, and their 2 sons, Matthew and James, had been held at gunpoint and subjected to sadistic psychological torture for more than 15 hours, a sense of shock and outrage spread throughout the country. What follows now is a reconstruction of just some of what that family suffered during those 15 hours, and the difficulties police faced in the course of carrying out their investigations. The Andrews family has been closely involved with the production of this programme. They gave us permission to make the film in the hope that the story will provide an insight into the enduring trauma this kind of crime causes. And they also wanted Crimewatch viewers to know how their information helped a small team of dedicated detectives to bring 3 men to justice. The police officers who appear in the film were all involved in the actual investigation, but actors portray the family and other people. Several names and places have been changed to protect the privacy of some of the people involved with this case and their families. We begin in a pub in London's East End, 9 months before the robbery.
Jack Marsh? Hello, Jack, it's Lenny. Lenny Bowler.
Hello, Lenny. How's it going, mate?
Jack, do you know anyone who'd like to do a bit of business in your area? Well, I've got someone here in London who's looking for a good contact if you're interested.
What else you got on the job?
Nothing, mate. But I know it's going to be a good one. Yeah, well, the guy who's interested is a German by the name of John. Will you give it some thought and ring me back?
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, I know someone who's a bit reliable. I'll make a phone call and maybe we can arrange a meet with the German.
Nice talking to you, Jack.
Yeah, and you, Lenny. Cheers, mate.
Jack, go and play the machine. So, Terry, you have contacts?
Just got a few local mates to help me out when I need it.
So you have a flat?
No, I've got a house. I've got council house. Live there with my wife and my kiddies.
There's a nice big shiny car outside, I think, yeah?
I wish.
Jackpot. Do you want to have a drink?
So, Terry, maybe you can do some things for me, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm planning a job at Tesco.
What, the garage?
No, the superstore Tesco. I need to know who the manager is.
Yeah.
What car he drives, where he lives. You can do this?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's the manager of Tesco's there.
No, it isn't. He hasn't got a moustache.
It is.
No, it isn't. Jack, get back in here. Jack! Oh, Jesus. Jack! That's the one there, behind you with the moustache. Get him! Christ.
Right.
Jack, get it started. What's wrong with it? Oh, Christ, you're going to lose him.
I'll get it.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Get over there!
Get down,
Shut up! You, get over here! On the floor! Come on, get over here! Get down!
Other rooms!
Come on,
He's in the other rooms!
He's just a boy!
Get moving,
please!
Your boy,
Move your ass! Get up! Get over there! Sit down and shut up! Sit down! Sit down as well! Get your eyes down! Don't look at me! What do you want?
Do we have all the family here?
No.
Don't look at me.
My son Matthew, he's out at a party.
What time will he be back?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Soon.
I didn't know at that stage the reason for these people being in my home, and that was frightening. And I make no bones about that. I was petrified.
And these guys were using their weapons freely, very cockily, and I mean, went on throughout the evening and the morning when the gun was put beside my ear, in my groin, in my stomach, and it just with a sadistic laugh, as I say, look, I know you're scared, mate, you know, but, you know, I'm just going to continue.
Get up. Keep your eyes down.
It went on, and it just seemed to get worse. We were just being put down to a level where we had no pride whatsoever. We were really pushed down, and that really, really did hurt. Eventually, I became aware of what they wanted. They wanted me to rob Tesco's. If I didn't, they'd already told me that they were taking my wife and family away the following morning, and if I didn't cooperate with them fully, then their bodies may never be found. They made that quite clear, that they killed before and they would do it again.
Look at me. Look at me. Bang. What colour eyes do you think I have?
Brown.
What colour eyes do you think I have?
Blue.
Blue.
It's just something I'll stay with me for my life. They were just so evil, these people. And they took pleasure out of it. There was no need.
And how tall do you think I am?
5'10".
Try again.
6 foot.
6 foot, I think, yeah. And do you know what to do tomorrow? Do you know where your wife is? No. Do you know what we did to your wife? Do you? No. You do not even know where she is, do you? Perhaps she's dead? Oh dear. Perhaps she's been shot.
They let me go through to see my family. Ed, my wife, and myself, we were aware that we had to be strong as you could be in that situation for the children.
Yeah, I don't mind.
It's going to be okay, Dad.
It's going to be fine, son. I'm going to do everything they say. And it will be over very soon. Just don't worry, yeah?
You're going to be all right.
I'm going to be fine.
All right, you lot, that's enough. Come on, out of the way. You three, move! Come on, move it! Are you deaf or what? Let's move it!
At that stage, I just broke down. I just couldn't handle the initial pressure that I was under. I just tried to put it together in my mind, what they went through in that room. And I just had some pretty evil thoughts about those three people that were in my house. And I still do. You know, I just wish that I had the guts to give them 5 minutes of the fear that they've given us. Just 5 minutes. Time was endless. I had no way of knowing where they were. All I knew was that I had a deadline. I just thought about ringing the police, ringing various people I knew, but then I just changed my mind, because forefront of my mind was the safety of my family. To my mind, I just knew that I had to do what I had to do. I was never going to deviate from that. I'd taken one of my staff with me as a witness of what I was doing. Because, believe it or not, it went through my mind, I thought people thought I'd taken the money. You just don't walk out with the sort of money that they wanted. I was told to drive my car to DIY car park in Ipswich and leave it there with the keys under the mat. Then I was told to go to Ipswich railway station and wait there where I would receive instructions. I was told that somebody would come with a note, and that never happened. And I thought something had gone wrong, because I was out on a limb, I was on my own. The deadline went past, and I left. I thought, well, I'll just give it another 5 minutes, another 10 minutes. And nothing happened, so I went and dialed 999 from the railway station and explained that my wife and family had been kidnapped. He said, your wife and family are safe. I remember dropping the telephone and sort of trying to find somewhere to hide. I mean, I was just sort of so tearful, I just couldn't control myself. And I stood outside that station, and the funny thing about it, a soul came near me. So it was a bit weird and strange, but I just howled the relief that they were safe.
Yeah, no problem. We'll get that done.
We got the good news that Mr. Andrews was safe, as well as Edna and the 2 children. And that, of course, removed the pressure from the police. The worst possible scenario is to have outstanding hostages. So I was dispatched by my Chief Superintendent here to Colchester to set up an incident room. I appointed D.I. Block as my Deputy Senior Investigating Officer.
What you do, look at this, people all right. Andy's all right, and we're getting Andy up here.
Where is he?
Andy's on his way down from Ipswich.
One of the important things was obviously to deal with the family. They were interviewed by an officer that night, but it was decided that full statements would be taken the following day when they recovered from some of the trauma.
We'll be able to come and see you, and you'll be able to talk to each other and make sure that everything's all right. It's the first time I can honestly say with a victim that you can actually feel that the terrorists haven't gone.
The boys, will they be able to come in here as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll leave you all together for a while so you can have a chat. They're being looked after by 2 lads. She's probably one of the worst trauma victims that I've ever come across, in that she really didn't seem to know what was happening.
The actual target of the operation was to get money out of Tesco's. I'm not sure at this stage that anybody knows exactly how much money has been stolen, but I think there's a suggestion that about £85,000 was asked for. There's a lot of villains just wouldn't do this sort of thing, so perhaps it's a fairly narrow field that we've got to be looking at. So anybody got any ideas?
Well, I mean, I'd like to say that an informant rang me up a couple of weeks ago and he said there was going to be a job, a robbery at Tesco's. But, I mean, we put observation on it and things like that for a couple of weeks, but nothing ever came off, so we just dropped it.
Did you give a name?
Yeah, it was Terry Allen and Marsh she gave me.
Are they known to you?
They're known in the Ipswich area, yeah.
For what? Very much?
No, just little stuff, really.
Well, all right. We've had a kidnap. That was a robbery, but it's getting close, isn't it?
The next day, the word was out there was a £30,000 reward for information on this offence. As you can imagine, the amount of people, informants particularly, were crawling out of the woodwork to give us information, to help and to get a slice of the reward. 2 particular names kept cropping up, that of Terry Allen and Jack Marsh.
I was nicked the other day for drugs possession. Now I've got some information. Good information. On the Tesco kidnap case. I'll give you it if you can get the charge against me dropped.
No, there's no chance. No chance in this world we're going to do that. You ought to be thinking about different things to that. You ought to be considering, when you come out from doing your little bit of time, £30,000 as a nest egg. Have you thought of that?
I don't want to talk here. Let's go somewhere else, a pub.
I might put a drink for you. John, what's all about then? What about my guarantees, eh?
Nothing's changed, the same as yesterday. Take it or leave it, really.
Right. I've got 3 bits of information for you.
Yeah. Names. Jack Marsh, Terry Allen. What else you got? As far as I know, the job was set up in London.
What else?
Yeah, well, the third thing is, I know Terry Allen's got all the gear stashed up at his house. And that he's expecting a package from London.
What's in the package?
Money, mate. It's his cut.
We immediately set out camp at the post office in Ipswich. We had a warrant signed by the Home Secretary authorising us to do so, and we just waited for the package to arrive. Eventually it did arrive, and of course we wanted to seize it immediately. It may have had an address, a name, fingerprints on the notes, anything. When it arrived, the post office weren't exactly cooperative. They said that the package had to be delivered in the normal course of the mail.
Oscar 3 to Oscar 1, the postman is now in Peterhouse. Close, over.
On the day, we actually followed the postman, unbeknown to him. What we had to do is not only keep track of the package, but we also had to ensure we could arrest Alan prior to the package arriving.
From Oscar 1, it's 07:30 hours. I've now got the postman in sight.
But one thing was for sure, that that package was never going to arrive at Terry Allen's house. It was going to arrive to one of us. So what we did is a twofold situation, really. We had the postman himself actually under surveillance to make sure the package didn't disappear en route, whilst at the same time we made a policeman up to look like a post office worker and deliver a fake package.
No pedestrians, it's very quiet. Coming up to White Place now. Now approaching Peterhouse Close. Walking towards the front door.
Van's now in position. The top bedroom window is open. Now knocking on the door.
No sign of movement.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Yeah.
I've got a package for you.
Great, I'll be right down.
Contact is at the window. He's coming down the stairs.
Come on, Allen. What's your first name, please? Terry.
Subject now at the door.
Can you just sign there for me, please? There you go. Fine, thank you. There you go.
Oh, please, get your hands up! Get him up! Get him up! Oh, please, officers, take control!
Subject now arrested.
Go!
Now in the van and away. No problems.
At the time that Alan was arrested, there was a further operation in the Ipswich area to arrest about 10 people who were on the periphery of this offence. The object being to arrest everybody at the same time. This prevents contact between possible defendants and information being imparted or indeed evidence being lost between each of the people involved.
Keep the noise down, please.
Cup tea.
That's right. Cup tea.
Jack Marsh. What's this? Hello there, I'm Nigel Will from Colchester CID. It's my colleague Tim Jest. So we are.
Sure is it?
I've got to arrest you, Mr. Marsh, on suspicion of kidnap at Tesco's, the manager at Tesco's earlier this year.
Look, Terry introduced me to the German, right? And then Terry asked me to help me out watching the Tesco manager. That's all there is to it.
That's not true, Jack, is it?
Yeah, that's it. That's the lot.
No, it's obviously what you've done for the last 40 years of your criminal life, and it's slip and slide about. You want a deal from us.
That's nothing to do with this.
And you can't even tell the truth now, can you?
That's it. I didn't know the German from Adam, did I?
I've got nothing to do with this. I don't even know what you're talking about. It's got nothing to do with it. I didn't do the job.
You know that's not true. You know it's not, because we've said enough to you already to indicate to you that we know an awful lot about it.
Yeah, I know.
That's right, Terry.
Yeah, all right. What do you know?
A lot of people have talked to us because of the money that's being offered.
Yeah, I know that. Look, I wouldn't kidnap anybody. You know I wouldn't do something like that. Most I've ever done is nick some bloody leather coats.
Look, Terry, this is kidnapping. It's not burglary. It's not what you're usually in here for. You know the difference, don't you?
Yes.
And you know the consequences of the difference.
Yes.
Then start thinking for yourself. It's no use sitting there saying, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know what you're talking about. £30,000 was offered for information. People will sell their mothers for that, and they'll certainly sell you, and they have done.
All right, then. This old mate of mine, Jack Marsh, introduced me to this German geezer. He wanted to do some business.
What sort of business?
Well, what do you think?
Well, it obviously wasn't straight. What did you think it was?
Well, I didn't know what it was. I've known Jack for ages. He's an old mate of my dad's. Often tries to help me out, put me in some work. We never got any money, me and my wife. Anyway, he introduced me to this German geezer in the pub. He was called John, that's what they called him. He told me to go to the Tesco superstore and find out who the manager was. And find out the registration number of the manager's car.
How'd you contact him, then?
I never contacted him. He always contacted me, he always phoned me.
Just like that?
Yeah,
and
just...
you accepted that?
All right, mate. He just used to lounge around in my house.
Oh, well, just lounge around. Had nowhere else to go, but he happened to come from London. And his name's John, and he's German.
So, Terry, do we have the registration number of the Tesco manager?
Certainly do.
That's good.
Yeah. Me and Jack went and got it.
I don't want Marsh involved.
Jack's all right, he's not grass.
That's good, Terry. Because do you know why?
No.
I detest grasses. I have thrown acid in the face of a grass. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And it's not just the person that suffers, it's the family too. That's the best torture, I think.
You've got nothing to worry about for me. I'm not gonna... Do you want a cup of coffee, then?
Black, no sugar.
Yeah. He scared the bloody wits out of me, that man. One time, he said he wanted to look for a place to hide a car. We drove round for a couple of hours till we found somewhere.
Here's some sweets for your kids. Don't worry, they're not poisoned. Yeah, this place is good, I think, for the car. Terry, I want you to steal me a car.
Hey, I wouldn't know how to. I'm not a car thief.
Must be fast, modern, 4 doors.
Yeah, but like I told you, I wouldn't begin to know how to steal a car.
Steal the car.
Look, I don't want to be involved in this anymore. I'm not going to say a word to anybody. Of course I'm not, but I want to get out.
It's a bit late for that, I think. Have you got the car?
No, I haven't.
I want you to get the car, and I want you to get it soon. Do you understand?
Yeah, bloody useless you are. Can't even steal a car. Have you seen this one? No, what's that? It's a far out. It's a darn hard one. Any good?
No, it's crap. Listen, John, I can't do this anymore. I've got to get out now.
Prat.
Just get the car and get it soon.
Nice missus and kids. Best keep it that way, eh?
Just think of the money. Everything will be okay, I think, yeah?
Have you got any new films?
No, I haven't got any new ones in. I'll go up to my old man's if you like.
Put the kettle on the way out, Terry.
Names, Terry. What are their names?
Look, I've told you, I don't know what they're called.
You've been with them for 6 months. They've lived in your house, day in, day out. You've been introduced to them by other people. They've talked in your house. They use names.
Do you want me to make up a name for you?
You know the name, that's the point,
I don't know the name.
You've given us your part in the job, but you've given us nothing else. There's no way this is right. You've got to know who they are. You must know their names.
I don't know who they are. I've told you God knows how many bloody times. Why should I lie to you about it? If I could tell you who they were, I would, but I don't know who they are.
The longer I interviewed him, I became more and more convinced that he didn't know the names. You could see him straining, absolutely strained to think of the slightest detail that would help us. He was dominated, not only him, but his family. They took over him and his house and absolutely used him as they wanted. And when they'd finished with him, they just threw him aside.
Leave the door, mate is coming. Do we have everything?
Yes, all here.
I want you to burn all this today. I want the gun kept here.
Why can't he keep it?
I said I want the gun kept here. I will collect it sometime.
Later on that day, he told me to drive the Tesco manager's car, which was parked in the DIY car park. He told me to follow him, and I couldn't drive it properly because it was an automatic. He told me there's money in the back.
Drive the shit car. Put it in the boot. Take your gloves off.
That was the last time I saw any of them.
You let them go off down the road with all that money and no way of contacting them. So you were led into it?
Yeah.
So why did you go bragging?
I wanted to make out that I was like one of the big time. Like for once in my life, I've been one of the bloody big boys. What mess it's got me into. Yeah, try this one, E27.
E27, so we'll give that a go and see what we've got. Look, we've already had these, Terry. How many more times do you want to have a look at them? Look, I'll put them in a game and have a proper look. Now, before you say no, take the thing and have a look at it.
No, it's not right.
You haven't even looked at it. I've already looked at those twice.
They're nothing like those.
I don't know, they've been here an hour and a half. Do you like them? Do you want me to put them in?
Yeah.
All right, OK. What do you think to that one?
Goggle eyes.
Well, they've all got big eyes. Pages you want are the first 2 pages for the deep set eyes. But for the big eyes. Big round.
What about these ones?
E28. I don't know if we've actually had that one out or not. Let me have a look. I got the impression he was messing me about. That was my first impression. And the more that I sat there and played with his eyes and got the same eyes out again, I still thought that he was having me over. And I just didn't believe anything that he was doing. He was definitely doing a photo fit of someone, whether it be his uncle or someone, I don't know. But I didn't think he was doing a photo fit of our robbers.
He's got to be telling the truth. There's no doubt in my mind at all. It's got to be right what he's saying. I mean, even a toy dog given to his kid by this German. He said the prints will be on the batteries. I mean, those are not the actions of a person who's trying to have us over.
Me and a lot of the members of the team, we're still not 100% sure. Is Terry telling us everything right? We've got nothing. Nowhere at all.
Yeah, but that's policing. All right, police intelligence and police work has got us nowhere. Perhaps it's time we broadened it.
You mean, do we go to the press?
Why not go to the TV?
How sure are we? 80%, 90%, 100%?
All the way. Now, let's be fair, if we haven't got him, we've got nothing anyway.
The man we refer to as the German was believed to be using a Land Cruiser type vehicle from January to about July, and also a Peugeot colour silver 205 GTI.
Not necessarily as clear as a Land Cruiser, but that's the best description you've got, is it?
The nearest we can get.
Probably disposed of the vehicle around the time.
Is it Crimewatch okay? Yes, I'm a car dealer, and I think I know who owns the Toyota Land Cruiser and the Peugeot.
Can you get out of the car, please, and stand on the pavement?
Why the hell are you stopping me? I've done nothing wrong.
Don't take that attitude with me. You've been stopped. You were speeding. routine stop. Can I see your documents, please? So I see from this that you're German.
Yeah?
Do you live in Aldershot?
Yes, I do.
Where are you going to now?
Well, I thought, well, the initial impression was he was a man with a lot of money. He was very well dressed, very nice jeep. And I was actually puzzled as to what his occupation could be, what he was doing in Britain, because he had said he was German.
So what did you get the penalty points for?
For speeding
Whereabouts?
on the M11.
Is that Essex, please, or Cambridgeshire?
I think that would be Essex.
You're lucky you didn't go to court. You just bought the vehicle?
About 2 weeks ago.
I'd got my husband to tape Crimewatch, and when I came home from night duty, I switched it on when I was having my breakfast. And as soon as I saw the photo fit, I knew it was a bloke I'd stopped.
Okay, all your documents seem to be in order, so... Okay.
But the most striking part of that photo fit is the eyes. They just sort of like stand out from anything else. And I told my husband about it, and he said, well, ring up Crimewatch. So I rang up the Essex police number and gave them the details.
Crimewatch was a fantastic night. We had over 300 calls. On the night at the studio, it was impossible for us to actually go through all those calls to actually analyse what we got. But we all felt quite confident that in those calls somewhere were the ones that would give us the German.
Hello?
Hello, Annie, it's Carl. Sorry to wake you. I had to leave early. Listen, I need you to get me £500 this morning.
Carl, what do you want with £500?
I just have to pay some men off at work. There's big cash flow problems here. Can you meet me at the bank at 9:30?
Okay.
No, it's better. We meet outside Lewisham Rail Station, okay?
Lewisham Station, 9:30.
Listen, I have to tell you, I have some trouble at work just now. I have to go away for some time, I think.
What do you mean? What kind of trouble?
Just complications, some problems. I need some time.
Well, can I come with you?
No, you cannot come with me. It's not as if we are so very happy together just now. I don't think.
So what, that's it? After 5 years, that's it, just like that?
Shit. I just need some time for myself, okay? I think this is good for us. I'll ring you, okay? And if some people call for me, just say you do not know, yeah?
Will I see you?
Scheiße. This car is shit. I have to drop you here, I'm sorry. Listen, it's okay. I'll ring you, yeah?
On the Saturday following Thursday's programme, when we actually went through each call, I could see that there were 3 calls, the car dealer call in particular, that were talking about the same address. We dispatched a surveillance team down to that address as quickly as we could.
From the OP, there's no change, no change. This is getting a bit boring, isn't it?
He's a bit...
She's in here, isn't she? Sure, right. I'm saying here.
Some could be top security. The speculation include Wandsworth, Hull, Preston and Liverpool. Speculation that so far confirmed.
Hi, there's the police. Well, that's a Carl Schultz. Is he here?
No.
Who are you?
Anne, what is
When was the last time you saw him, Anne?
A couple of days, what?
Come with me.
Come with me here.
There's nobody
Come here,
here.
Ant. Just come with me.
What is it?
There's nothing to worry about. You go with this officer and everything will be explained to you, okay? Nothing to worry about.
Staircase left.
Liz. Go with him now. Hold on.
Got doors to the left. Carl Schultz, armed police. Let us know where you are. Come on.
Go to the stairs.
One up.
Go right. Got to start talking to us now.
Go low.
Let us know where you are. Come on. On. Paul, take it.
Carl, now come on, be sensible. The whole house is surrounded by armed police officers. You've got nowhere to go. So you might as well give it up. Now let's be sensible. Now you talk to me. Come on, Carl, just call out your name. Don't go sticking your head out. So we call out your name. There's no point in this going on any further.
That's clear by the loft. Okay. Can we have loft ladders, please? Hello.
Yeah, we have a weapon of some sort in the garage. Can we have Socko and CID, please?
Yes, I'll get them running. Stand by.
Yeah, the house is clear. You can bring CID up.
Does he keep any diaries or telephone numbers that we might be able to find?
How can you contact him?
I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is. He's got a book and he keeps his numbers there. I never see it. He takes it with him all the time.
Well, he must give you some idea where he goes to.
Sometimes he goes to Wales.
Well, Wales is a big place now. And where in Wales?
I don't know.
What sort of vehicles he got at the moment?
It's a Daihatsu.
Daihatsu what?
It's one of those four-wheel drive things. It's silver.
What, a Jeep type vehicle?
Yeah.
When did you last see him in that?
Friday.
We played a bit of a hunch from the information that we got from Anne and other sources that he might go to Wales. So I had a telex message sent to the Mid Wales and North Wales police forces asking them to search for the new four-wheel drive vehicle that he was using.
Bravo Golf 10, go ahead.
The Daihatsu Golf 998 November Golf Papa, wanted from Essex, is in Cobden's car park in Capelkirk, over.
We've got the car, mate.
Don't bloody wind me up.
Seriously? No shit, we've got it.
Right, terrific. Where?
It's outside a hotel in North Wales.
Two pints of bitter, pint of lime.
Sure.
100% certain that's our man. Okay. And I agree with it. Germanic appearance. He looks very much like the photograph. Okay. Are we going to arrest him now? We stick to the plan. Okay.
So when are you going? Where are you going?
I cannot say.
You have to ring me.
We're going to have to find out who the licensee is. Yeah, we'll pick that up later. We'll speak to one of the bar staff and talk about it later. I've got to review with them if they find a move from the present position. Cheers, mate. Good news. When will that phone ring, eh? Barry Jones. I'm just confirming that the subject is now leaving the Cobden Hotel. She's forgotten her bag. Excuse me, this girl's forgotten her bag. The man that just left the premises now, is he a German?
Yeah, Carl Schultz. He's a guest.
Thanks for the bag.
Hey, don't thank me. Thank those guys over there.
You'll have to give it a bag.
Hands behind your back. Come on. Police officers, you're under arrest for kidnap. You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so, but anything you do say may be taken down and given in evidence.
Oh, you've been watching too much TV, I think.
He was the ringleader and the main man, and I felt tremendously relieved. My wife, Ed, she wasn't at all relieved. In fact, she said she felt much worse because she had, for some reason, had it in her mind that he, being a devious person that he is, would somehow convince them that he wasn't involved and he'd be out and come back for us.
My task was to go with 2 other officers to North Wales to collect the prisoner who I knew as Carl Schultz and to return to Essex. I've got no doubts in my mind that he would have made an attempt to escape. Because it's a very vulnerable time, long journey, and he has all the time to plan, and we have all the disadvantages made to us. So I made a deliberate ploy of sitting central to the back seats and having physical contact with him at all times. 2 reasons. One, that takes that aura away from him a little bit, and 2, any slight movement that he would have made, I was in a position to react to it. This is Carl Schultz. He's been arrested by the North Wales Police for the Tesco kidnapping and his original documentation of custody.
Basically, you have the right to have somebody told you've been arrested. You have the right to speak with a solicitor at public expense. And you have the right to consult a copy of the codes of practice. That is just a rule book by which we work. You can have any of those rights now, any time whilst you're here. Do you understand that?
I had a fax copy sent through to me of the Black Book. We were aware that there was telephone numbers in a Black Book. We'd been given that information prior, and that those telephone numbers were coded. And the fax was sent through, and I had a look at it, and we managed to sort of work out what the code was. And having got the code, we sort of game on for the next 2.
Oh dear, is Sean and Robert in?
No, they're not.
Can you tell me where they are?
They're out.
They're out, are they? Can you just come with me, please? Yeah, just about with these officers. They'll explain everything to you in a minute.
He's yours, she's yours.
Hello, boss. Yes, Nigel. Yeah. Look, we turned the whole house over. The bloody house is from top to bottom, but they're just not there.
Get your chaps down there, and as they say, don't come back without them.
Hope the other boys have some luck. Very frustrating they're not here. Oh my God, there it is. There it is. 1-3 and 1-4 from 1-2. Targets into the silver Peugeot. Telephone box. Iceni Way, near the Ancient Britain Public House. Receive over? We're all right. See the thing, not a thing. We're Iceni Way towards Eldon Avenue.
1-3, spot a target vehicle right behind you, mate.
Receive. He's going around here. I believe I ain't seen a thing. 4 coming to Eldon Avenue now. To the junction with Layer Road, and we have a right to Layer Road.
I'm talking if I sit here too long.
Yeah. Tell Mark to slow back a bit. 4 with you, 306. Right, he's almost there. Receive 1-4. 1-3, outside lead car. 4 with you now. Receive 1-4. I think it's set lights. 1-3 with you.
Weapons search! It's a conspiracy to rob. You do not have to say anything unless you wish to do so, but what you're saying may be given evidence. Do you understand? Yes! In there. Get there and shut up.
Yeah, right.
Get in there. Shut up.
Do you know, there's only one thing that I find worse than death itself, and that's the fear of death. And you maintained that fear with that family for 15 15 hours. And now you haven't even got the balls to look up. Some sort of man you are. I hope that lives with you for the rest of your life.
Was it you then, Sean? Lifting the lady's skirt up? Was it you? Because at the moment, the way you are, I've got to say that I think it was. You were going to rape him, weren't you, if you'd have had the opportunity? For the benefit of the tape, his eyes are full of water. What are these going to tell us?
I think you may get a surprise.
Surprise? What, here in Germany?
It's for you to find out.
I'm sure we will. Right, cock your hand up, please. That's it. Can you just draw it across the roller? Lift up. Thanks. Do you admit you're John Calton?
No comment.
You see, we now know who you really are, John. I'll call you that, as that's the name you were born with. You're John Calton from Sheffield, aren't you? You're born in Sheffield, went to Wanwell Primary School. Is that true, John? Served in the army? Parachute regiment? Obviously couldn't hack it, because you came out. Did you buy yourself out, or did you get kicked out, John? Did some building society robberies in London? Got caught for those as John Calton, who everybody describes as speaking with a Yorkshire accent. So is it modelled on the films? Is that where Carl Schultz has come from, is it? The films you used to watch down in the bedsitter dressing Aldershot. Jean's place, I think. Somebody. Is that where it comes from? For the benefit of the tape, John Calton's holding up a piece of paper which has the words "no comment" and a picture depicting a coffin with "died of 1990," the last digit left blank, and the words "Marsh, Allen and all police informants." Well, why still try and intimidate us? We know you're not Carl Schultz. You obviously don't even speak German, do you, John? Talk to me in your native tongue, John. You don't, do you?
No comment.
No comment. If Mr. Andrews hadn't complied with your demands, would you have harmed the boys or shot the boys or Mrs. Andrews? Would you have done that? As you threatened? For the benefit of the tape, he just ran his finger across his throat. Is that a threat, or is that an innuendo that you would have killed them? I don't think he would.
No comment.
You know Terry Allen? You sit there purporting to be the big hard man. The German, Hans Karl Schultz, Arnold Schwarzenegger, call it what you will. Always behind the other end of a gun. You send the boys in over the threshold to do the job, and that was a 15-year-old boy. Hmm? John? Sheffield?
Sit down, Mr. Schultz.
You want to try? Asshole. And what film was that out of, John?
It's interesting when confronted with reality, he still maintains the role. I imagine John Carlton is a very inadequate person who has a great deal of problems in self-esteem. He's wanting to change that image. What better way than to change it completely? Change your name, change your nationality, and make up the role that you want to play. He's almost like an actor in a film, but he's both the actor and the director. It's very tempting to say he's mad, but it's highly unlikely. He clearly knows that he's operating two roles, his original Yorkshire role and his role as a German. There's no question of him losing touch with reality.
Number 4, please. Would you please come here and take the space under number 7?
You're quite happy?
We had Terry Allen. We had circumstantial evidence in a number of respects. But the crucial thing with this type of serious offence is for witnesses to actually identify the villains. And therefore, following the arrest of Calton, we put him on identification parade, and we then put Moore and Wayne on identification parades when they were arrested.
Would you like to go outside, please? Have you made an identification?
Yes.
Which number, please?
Number 4.
We got a tremendous result. They were identified, and really that crunched it. That crunched it as far as the evidence was concerned. It's tremendous.
People have been so helpful, so really, really supportive. But for them, it's over. For us, it's not over. There's still things that happen to us late at night, middle of the night, during the day. Things that remind us of what's going on, and we're reassured that will go away or subside a little with time. And it's been now 2 years, and there are still things that do give you a start, a smell, a sound, a noise. And it brings the cold sweat down your shoulders, and just a start gives you a fright. And just wish it was not there. Just wish it we could turn back the clock 2 years and we could have avoided the situation, because those people have affected our lives. I mean, for the rest of our life, that it might diminish, but it won't go away. It can't.
If ever there was a case where I am dealing with men who are dangerous and from whom the public need a long period of protection, it is you 3. You carried out these brutal, cruel robberies and the kidnap of honest, ordinary, decent people, using vile cruelty in which you showed no mercy, and you can expect little from me. Carlton, you will go to prison for 25 years.
Summer in the capital, which is what we turn to now. A case in which a courageous young man received appalling head wounds. One newspaper described him as a have-a-go tramp. But the truth is that David Patterson had only been in London for 5 days and simply had nowhere to stay. As you'll see in this reconstruction, his heroism, and that of other bystanders, was by no means reckless. And the fact that he was shot shows the urgent need to catch the gunman and remove him from being a grave danger. For security reasons, certain details have been changed for this reconstruction. David Patterson arrived in London from Scotland sometime around the 21st of June. He grew up in the Gorbals district of Glasgow. According to his uncle, he travelled down to London to busk and maybe make his fortune.
I think he was hoping that somebody would see him, singing, playing the guitar, that somebody would pick him up. He's always wanted to make a tape or a record. He's done a lot of busking in Scotland, singing in the pubs, and he comes up to London, Manchester and Birmingham, because there's nothing in Scotland for him. Nothing.
Since David probably had no money when he arrived, he spent his first night sleeping rough underneath the arches of the festival hall. The South Bank is almost always busy, with hundreds of people visiting the many attractions. At lunchtime, there's live music at the festival hall, while underneath, crowds of youngsters gather to skateboard. At just after 10 to 2 on Monday, June the 26th, a couple visiting the Hayward Gallery remember passing a man dressed in combat clothing.
The SAS.
50 minutes later, at 2:40 p.m, a security van arrived at the National Theatre to collect the takings.
Stop! Stop! Turn around! Move along the van. Come on, move along, I said. Move it, quick. Move it, move it! Right. Put all the money in there, all of it now. Stay exactly where you are. Come on, get the money in there. Come on. Right, you're coming with me, come on.
There's a guy up there with a gun. He's tried to shoot.
David was outraged that the couple had been threatened.
I said, come on! Get back! Stay back or I'll shoot you!
David kept 30 feet behind the gunman, but it wasn't enough. On hearing that last gunshot, a security guard came out of the building opposite. He saw a man appear on level with Waterloo Bridge. A company executive returning from lunch also heard the shot and saw the man. The gunman made his escape along Waterloo Bridge, then down into a pedestrian subway called the Bull Ring. It's here that witnesses so far traced run out. The subway has many exits. Did he ride past you? David Patterson had been shot in the head with pellets scattered throughout the left side of the brain. The incident made headlines in London's evening paper and in the national press, and police hoped for a good response from the public. But someone somewhere was not pleased with the coverage. Four days later, a package was delivered to the offices of the London Evening Standard. It contained items stolen in the raid, along with doctored newspaper cuttings and a message punched on dino tape.
Fired warning shots? I tell you what, you prepare a story and get John Stevens to alert the yard. Okay.
10 weeks later, David is still in hospital, seriously ill.
David has certainly improved slightly since he's actually been in hospital, but he's still extremely poorly in many ways. He can't actually manage to walk on his own. He's very weak down the left side, has no movement down that side at all. David feels very frustrated at times. He loved playing the guitar, and he can't accept the fact at the moment that he can't play that. His left hand is weak, he can't possibly hold the guitar, or is that. He enjoyed walking as well. And all the things that one enjoys in life as a young person, he's unable to do.
It's an appalling crime. Bill Mellish, you're convinced because of the gunshots, I gather, there are still more witnesses to come forward. A lot of people must have seen this.
Yes, I think there was a lot of people out there that didn't perhaps appreciate the significance of what was happening or thought other people would come forward to police. The reality is that I want any witness that was out there that saw this guy without his balaclava, when he was chaining the bike up, when he was hanging around outside the Haywood Gallery for the hour before the robbery, or when he was making his getaway down Waterloo Bridge Road to the Bull Ring.
Well, there we have a Crimewatch video fit. Now, describe that man to us, what we know about him.
White, 28 to 30 years, 5'6", 5'8" tall, very thin, very thick lips. Witnesses describe him as a Woody Allen lookalike. He's a wimp, a callous wimp at that.
Now, we've got an artist's description of his bike as well, which might help.
Yeah, it's a gent's black sit-up-and-beg bicycle. Significantly, it's got a basket on the front and the back.
And an artist's impression, too, of the bag that he was carrying. We're not sure of the colour of that, I must be honest.
Possibly greenish, but the shape's right. It's a sports bag, a gun bag, leg of mutton bag, something like that.
Now, he is obviously, this man, desperately, oddly upset about the press coverage, and hence This is all the original stuff that he sent to the London Evening Standard. How can people help about this?
I'd like somebody to tell me where this has been together. If they've seen this, the jiffy bag, the dynamo tape, the chocolate wrapper, the cuttings, all together in one place. I want to know where that was.
OK. Frequently on this programme, surprisingly frequently, people with quite long criminal records and certain criminal associations ring up and say, I'm just not prepared to tolerate that sort of crime, that level of violence. Do you expect that might happen in this case?
I honestly believe there's family, friends or associates out there that know this guy, know the identity of this guy. What I say is the next time he goes out with a loaded repeater shotgun, he's going to kill someone. I'd like to know who he is. I'd like them to give him up. There's a substantial reward, up to £15,000, being offered for his arrest and conviction. I'd like that information, please.
All right, well, here's the number. Straight here to the studio, 018118055. If you prefer, you can call the incident room on this case direct. That's another London number, 012302061.
First on BBC One, Nick Ross presents another reconstruction of real-life crime.
The flying squad is used to dealing with professional criminals who make their living by violent crime. Most are organised and associate in gangs. So this case was very unusual for us. The villain was a wimp. He worked on his own, and deep down he thought he was a bit of a Rambo.
About one case in every 3 that Crimewatch UK covers is eventually solved, but only about half of those as a direct result of calls from Crimewatch viewers. Tonight we report back on one of our reconstructions that didn't directly lead to a conviction, though something else did. It was an unusual case, and you may recall it. It took place here in London at the South Bank, an arts and entertainment complex where tourists come from all around the world and where homeless people gather from all over Britain. 2 young Scotsmen met here, fleetingly, in 1989. One had turned into a villain. One was to turn into a hero.
What you got there?
David Patterson had always hoped to make it as a singer. He'd done a demo tape, and unknown to his father, 5 days ago, had travelled down from Glasgow.
When he was younger, he had a mind of his own, and he done his thing. But a very lovable child and very extrovert and always clowning about and things like that. He always had a love of music. He was always playing a flute or a mouth organ or something or another.
You want some of this? No, no thanks.
David, like many youngsters who arrive in London, lived literally underneath the arches. But he managed to keep himself by busking along the riverside.
You got any change? In the chilly years and minutes of uncertainty, I long to be in the warm heart of your loving mind. Feel you all around me and to hold your hands across the sand. But I might as well try and catch the wind. Any change? When the sundown fails the sky, I want to hide a while inside your smile. And everywhere I look, I see you. He drew to make me sing. Hey, Matty, get yourself over here a minute. What's up? Come here. See this? What? Bloody fly. Didn't get in there by itself, did it?
Stop! Turn round.
Put the box on the floor. Piss off, mate. I said, give me the money.
Look, mate, it's locked up, so why don't you leave it, eh?
You in there. Push the money out.
He can't. It's bolted. It's in the safe.
Put your hands on the grill where I can see him, or else he gets it. Okay. You! Open it!
Look, mate, it's locked. Please.
Put the money in there. Fast!
I can't see any camera around either, can you?
No, yeah.
Somebody phone the police! Come on!
Okay.
Come on!
Okay, I'm doing it.
Quick! Quick!
Hey, he's going.
Over there! There's a robbery! He's got a gun! Faster! Pick the bag up! Give me the bag!
Come on, let's get him.
What?
Come on, we'll do it for Brett, man.
Over here!
There he goes! Get back! He's got a gun!
All cars, L District, outside National Film Theatre, leave security vehicle under attack now. Leave shots fired.
Just received. L District will deal.
This chap came rushing up to this bicycle, stuffed his bags in the panniers, undid the bike, and left his chain hanging from the wall. It struck me that all wasn't really well. It was fairly obvious that there was something wrong, although I didn't know what it was. And I just made a point at the time. I knew that I had to. I just knew I had to take in every piece of information that was available.
David's head had taken the full force of the shotgun blast. He would have died in moments were it not for two off-duty soldiers, Scots Guards trained as paramedics, who'd got there before the ambulance.
We realised as soon as we saw him that he was in quite a state. His lips had gone quite blue, so we realised, you know, probably his heart had stopped beating and he'd stopped breathing. So Sean took control of the head end, doing the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. I worked the heart.
At the same time, we had one of his friends around there shouting and screaming, like almost giving him a hard time. I had to tell him to shut up a few times, because I was pretty wound up with the circumstances. So we administered first aid and tried to, my job was to try and keep him alive as long as possible until the ambulances got here, which we did.
While David was being tended downstairs in the car park, the first coppers to respond were local CID.
When we first arrived at the scene, it was basically a scene of mayhem. There was a number of people standing around. There was a large hole in the van. We were surprised to be the first on the scene, as we'd been some distance from the call when we got it.
My mate's lying down there dead. Where the bloody hell were you? Go there and sort it out!
We also had to contend with the abusive vagrants that were in the area, and also contain the witnesses that we had got to stop those from disappearing when other officers arrived.
Down there where the hole is! Head!
All right, I'm going down there. All right, I'll go and find him. Yeah.
What are you waiting for? Just go and sort it out!
He's going to sort it out down there. Can somebody tell me what he actually looks like, this bloke?
It's
about 5'10".
What does it matter what he looks like?
It's going to be one at a time. Anybody who actually saw it, can you go and stand over there and we'll keep away from the van then, OK? Cheers.
I felt very nervous, very unsure of what I was going to see. People had said there was a body down there, somebody had been shot. I didn't know whether the man was going to be down there with a gun, but I thought that going down there by myself, that I may very well be the next person to be shot.
If you're looking for the gunman, I was chasing him. We went over the walkways and I lost him down by the bridge. Hungerford. He's going towards Westminster Bridge.
So you've actually followed him, yeah? Lima Kilo from 1-5. Regarding the robbery at the South Bank, the suspect is male, IC1, 5'9", wearing a combat jacket and balaclava, and is made off towards Westminster Bridge area. Over.
Yes, received. Flying squad are informed.
can't find the body anywhere. There's loads of blood down there, but no body.
You can tell the flying squad.
No.
When we saw the flying squad officers arrive, it was quite a relief, as we had been at the scene for some time. We also had a number of exhibits that had been handed to us from various places, and we had a scene where somebody had obviously been shot, but we had no body. So it was quite a relief to hand over.
Oh, mate, yes, right. Flying Squad Tower Bridge. Officers from Kennington. There's been an armed robbery. A bloke's been shot in the underground car park. There's a friend of his here. There's a lot of cartridges down there. There's no body. Can't find the body anywhere. A lot of blood.
David had been rushed to St Thomas's, almost round the corner. He was still alive, but only just.
Two of these are spent. One's still alive. What's the chance of getting fingerprints off them?
There's quite a good possibility, actually.
Yeah, I was just coming out.
Yeah.
The Flying Squad, or Sweeney, are specialists in responding to armed robberies. DI Michael Brooker eventually took charge.
Well, when I first arrived, there were already a number of officers on scene, carrying out forensic examinations. We had to complete a thorough search of the area, which was very busy that time of the evening. In fact, we worked right the way through to around 11. It was mainly a process of collecting everything we could collect on that particular evening, because you won't get a second chance.
All right, folks. I'm just going to go up and see John and come back and see what you've got. Right.
Well, I found one boss who said he chased him over Hungerford Bridge and lost him the other side of the river, but I don't place much credence on what he's told us.
What about you, John? Any luck?
What's the hard work? I mean, they've all got a good drink inside them, and the varying descriptions, I just don't know. I don't know how you got on.
Yeah, I think the one thing that we have established is that there is just one lone gunman. He appears to be on his own, and we've just got a lot of misinformation that, you know, these cardboard city people are trying to give us.
And I was really shocked to see him on a life support machine in the state he was in, and it didn't look as if he was going to survive. From what I've heard from the doctor then, he had such a lot of damage to the brain, and what he said to me more or less was we just could do what we had to do and sort of stitch him up, and there's quite a lot of shot and everything else left in his head that they couldn't touch because it was in such a dangerous position.
OK, chaps, let's settle down. OK, our victim's a young Scots lad. He's 26 years of age. His name's David Patterson. He's in St Thomas's and his condition's critical. The prognosis is very bleak. Told if he was an older person, he'd have been dead. Hopefully he hangs on. In the meantime, we treat it as a murder inquiry. Now, John, you're monitoring his progress, yeah?
Yeah, that's right, sir. We're doing that every 4 hours, and should his condition deteriorate, the hospital are going to ring us straight away.
Lovely. Mickey, also, let's get on to Security Corps. Let's find out if they're offering a reward. There's some money up front. It might bring the information forward.
Right.
The padlock and chain, recovered from the railings. Vince, got to be fingerprinted as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
John and Jeff. John, Jeff, let's find out where it was sold.
Right, Gov. How wide an area do you want covered?
In the short term, let's keep it to London.
Right. Do you want market stalls covered as well, Governor?
Why not?
OK.
Now, Parnell seems to be our best witness so far. John, can you arrange that he goes up to SO11? Let's have a photo fit made of our suspect, so we've got a picture of him.
Yeah, that's organised, sir, for tomorrow afternoon, 2:30.
Lovely. John Ashton, Gary, let's concentrate on the bike. I can't imagine that he's legged it all the way home on a bicycle. There should be a second getaway vehicle, a van, something like that. Let's go down to the getaway area. Let's look for the vehicle. The cartridges, Vince, exhibits officer, down to you, up to the laboratory for fingerprinting, and then on to the firearms expert for whatever he can tell us.
Yeah, everything will be at the lab this morning, Governor.
Next meeting, 6 p.m. this evening. In the meantime, let's be professional and let's be successful.
Hello, Mr. Harold.
Hello. Just brought some stuff into my lockup.
Right, we know what to do, don't you? Just sign yourself in. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling any better? Oh, much better. Yeah, you look better, actually. You were a bit peaky last time. Cold out there today, isn't it?
There we are, then.
OK. I'll see you when you come back down.
I'll see you later.
OK, bye.
Clear.
Okay.
Oh, look, Mark. Want about 2 1/4, 2.5 inches. Yeah. Yeah.
2 1/4-ish.
Fine. OK, that'll do. Thanks a lot.
Hello, I was looking for Franco.
Yes, he's just finished shooting.
Hello, Franco. Have you got anything for us?
Yeah, I've just finished doing the range of firing test. Now, if, as I suspect, they've used a short-barrel gun, then the distance the shot's been fired at is probably 10 feet.
Well, that's good. That confirms what the security guards have said.
OK. Come on, let's get out of here and I'll take you and show you what size shot's involved.
Right.
We should have samples of the ammunition that was used in our reference collection. Yep, there you go. Right, these are interstate cartridges loaded with a fairly large-sized shot. There's only 9 to a cartridge, and that's quite unusual because normally we see cartridges used with about 200 pellets.
So what sort of difference would that make?
Well, over short distances, not much, but what it does mean is that a single pellet can cause more damage in its own right.
Can you tell what sort of gun was used?
Well, from what I've seen so far, I think it's a Winchester pump-action shotgun like this one, and probably the Ranger model, but with a much shorter barrel, perhaps cut back to where my thumb and finger are.
Let's do his nose. Now,
An artist, John Worsley, succeeded with the witness where an earlier photo fit had failed.
Reasonably thin, but
Richard Parnell was a remarkable witness. His recall and detail of the gunman was absolutely fantastic. As soon as I sat down with him, I was completely happy with his version of events, and from there on, we followed his direction.
Length is good, needs a bit more on the end.
A bit more blobby. Is that about the right shape?
It's just one thing, Richard. Some of the witnesses say that he was wearing glasses. How do you feel about that?
Well, I thought he had glasses on, but when you look at someone with glasses, you look straight through the glasses. So
Because it makes a lot of difference. And let's put them in anyway, because they're thin ones like mine.
Yes, they'd have been sort of the gold rimmed sort. When we did the photo fit pictures, all the bits that they'd given me to play with didn't come up with anything that looked remotely like the villain. And the opportunity to go and work with the artist was for me much more satisfying, because at the end of the day, what he did was actually put on paper what I saw.
Yes. That would be better done.
Yeah.
Is that about enough?
It's amazing.
Deep enough?
Yeah. It's like looking at the chap.
Good. Good. Do you think we're on target?
Yeah, I mean, it's really
You think
it's really him now. Yes. I mean, these photo fits are okay, but there's nothing like the real thing.
Why you get me here in such a hurry? You know I've got to go to work.
Sit down. Sit down. Do you want a cup of tea or something?
No, I don't have time.
I just wanted to talk to you. Did you hear about the big robbery?
What robbery?
Security van on the South Bank. Well, it was me. I did it. Over £20,000.
How? How do you do it?
It was easy. Just as I planned. I wasn't scared. I told the guard to give me the money, and he gave me the money. A few people were watching on that, and I went to the car park and was chased. So I said to him, "Get away, you bastards." A man was hiding behind the post, and I fired, and he stuck his head out, and there was this noise, and I didn't mean to shoot his head, but if he hadn't been standing there at that moment, I would never have done it. He interfered when he shouldn't have done.
Michael, what have you done? You shot someone. The police will get you.
No. No, they won't. There's no clues.
Why didn't you tell me?
I'm telling you now.
Look, I've got to go. I'm already late for work. We'll talk more later.
Don't go yet.
Yes, hello, it's DC Mead phoning from the incident room at Kennington Police Station. We're investigating a shooting where a quantity of interstate shotgun cartridges were used. I'm wondering if you could supply me with a list of customers who you regularly supply to in the London area, please. I understand you witnessed part of an incident on the South Bank the other day, where a man was shot after robbery.
Which I believe is an unusual.
I'd like to take a statement from you. Would that be possible?
That's right, yes.
Where the suspect got away
Yeah,
on
all I
a
need
cycle.
is a list of...
Yeah, I know it's a bit unusual. It does happen occasionally. We're trying to trace the model of bike. If I give you a description, could you point me in the right direction?
Lovely. Thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye.
Hello there. Hello. From the flying squad at Scotland.
The getaway bike had been recollected by their star witness with as much detail as the gunman's face. DS Terry Hobbs was detailed to find out what it was and where it came from.
I wonder if you sell any cycles like this.
We sell one very similar to that, sir.
You do?
Just look at it.
I'd love to.
This way, please.
OK, thanks.
This is the cycle I'm thinking of, the Apollo commuter.
Excuse me, sir. In the incident room at Tower Bridge, can you tell me, do you stock this type of chain?
Yes.
And the padlock?
Yes.
Is that just this store or any hardware store?
Well, I would say a majority of good hardware stores throughout the country, yes.
Throughout the country?
Yes.
Excuse me, can I have a word for a moment? I'm DC Bromwich from Kennington. We're doing an inquiry into an attempted murder that occurred last week. Were you in the area at all?
1 week to the day after David's shooting, pictures of the gunman were shown to everyone who visited or worked at the South Bank.
Do you come round here often?
I come round here, but
He wasn't here last Monday.
He may have been around this area. I wondered if you could just have a look, see if you recognise him at all.
Sorry. Could you all have a look, please?
When the initial clues came to nothing, I was fairly convinced that we'd either catch this man by information from the public only, or if he committed another robbery and left some clues.
Good gracious. He wasn't a hero, he was a nutter. What's this? And the suicide. John, Colin, you got a second, quick. Look at this amazing stuff that's just been delivered to us in this envelope. It's a dyno tape and checks.
Look, don't touch them.
Well, no, sorry, John. You're the expert on this. What is that?
Look, National Film Theatre.
Well, this looks quite
That
important
looks
stuff.
very much to me as though it must come from the South Bank shop.
As John said,
There's no doubt at all I would think this is a genuine thing.
And we've got some strange character as well. Look what he's done with these headlines.
Yes, look.
Nut.
He wasn't a hero, he was a nutter and a suicidal idiot, as were the other dossers. There was a dosser in that South Bank shooting, wasn't there?
There was.
The have-a-go idiot involved himself in something that didn't concern him.
Sounds a right callous sod, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he? Yeah. All my warnings were ignored. It was either him or me, so in the end, there was only one way to stop him, and I stopped him. My mitigation
argument is this. It was a blackguard's self-defense. These have-a-go idiots get everything they bloody well deserve.
Just looking at the time, we've only got about 10, 15 minutes for deadline. This looks like a major development in this story, and I think we've got a good front page. We better start moving quickly on this.
Would you mind hanging on a second? I'll pass you over to D.R. Brooker. Governor, you can stand there. They've got a package from our robber. It sounds genuine. Will you have a word?
Yeah, sure. D.R. Brooker, can I help you? So you've got the checks. What else have you got with them? Right. Can I ask you not to touch anything too much, and we'll be straight over and collect it? Thank you very much. John, better go on to Vince straight away and get them to go to the Evening Standard building in Kensington. They've got a package there been sent by a robber. It's got the cheques and the bank in it. It's got to be genuine.
That might be the bit of luck we've been looking for, Governor. I'll get hold of Vince, get him down there straight away.
is Ben Spain from the firing squad.
Hello, we haven't met before, I
We
don't
haven't,
think,
no.
have we?
No. What exactly have you
I'm
got?
John Stevens. Well, this is it.
We were all very excited. We thought this was the first breakthrough in this inquiry. We were hoping to get fingerprint evidence and other evidence from that package, and this was the first contact we'd had from the gunman, and we were completely satisfied by the checks in that package that this was in fact the gunman communicating with us.
The contents of the bag at first proved disappointing to forensic analysts. Above all, there were no fingerprints on any of the clippings or the messages. But then there were the checks.
When the checks arrived, we were all excited because we knew from the way that they'd been packaged inside the jiffy bag that the gunman must have touched them. So therefore, we then had to go back to the people that had issued them, the banks that had accepted them, to get elimination fingerprints from all those people before we could then search on any outstanding marks on those checks. It was a long, painstaking, laborious task, obviously, tracing all the people that issued the checks. I think we traced 90% of them, but there were those that we were unable to trace that were out of the country.
When that came to nothing, it obviously was very disappointing, but it showed from the writings in which he was totally unrepentant about what he'd done, that this was a very callous individual.
Though the contents of the jiffy bag had proved a disappointment, a barcode on the bag itself led to W.H. Smith. A detective went to visit branch by branch.
And we're trying to identify this man who bought a jiffy bag in one of your stores in South London. I wonder if you could help us.
Crikey, we've got an awful lot of people going through each of our stores every day. We do, however, have a video system whereby each sale is actually recorded.
If I was able to establish that a jiffy bag was bought, say at 11:10 on the 22nd of June, could I then refer to the video to establish the identity of that person?
Certainly you could. On the video, it should record that it actually was a stationary transaction, and it should also give you the identity of the individual who bought it.
That's great. Now, is there any chance of having all the till rolls and the videos for the last 10 days so that we can look through them at our leisure?
You certainly can. I've got a room full of till rolls downstairs.
Obviously, it was very long, tedious and boring, and most people think our job's exciting all the time, and sometimes it isn't. Obviously, hundreds of cups of coffee were drunk, but we realised that we did have a chance, a very realistic chance, of identifying the gunman from the video and from the till receipts.
With so much effort coming to nothing, DS John Stratford eventually proposed a national appeal. 3 months after David Patterson was shot, the case finally appeared on Crimewatch.
But there was another similar tragedy this summer in the capital, which is what we turn to now. A case in which a courageous young man received appalling head wounds. David Patterson...
We were hoping that the jiffy bag, the chocolate wrapper, the Dymo tape and other bits and pieces all together, coupled with the artist's impression of the suspect, together somebody should know something.
I want to know where that was. OK. Frequently on this programme, surprisingly frequently, people with quite long criminal records ring up...
I wouldn't be at all surprised if this bloke rings up himself.
I don't think
he's daft enough to pull a stunt like that.
Do you expect that might happen in this case?
I honestly think his family...
Incident room, can I help you? Right, can I take your name first?
I'd like to know who he is. I'd like to give him
Hello, incident room, can I help you?
£15,000.
Yes.
Being offered for his arrest.
Yeah, where do you think you've seen the man?
Okay, and what information do you have?
Yeah, can I take your name, please?
If you prefer, you
Uh-huh.
can call the incident room.
And what phone number are you calling on?
We had a tremendous response from Crimewatch. We had about 90 to 100 calls from members of the public giving us names as to the suggestion of the identity of the gunman.
Are these all our main suspects?
Yeah, they are at the moment. They seem to be the best ones we've got.
Well, looking at them all, I certainly fancy this Tony Howell.
Why'd you say that?
Well, he fits the bill description-wise, comparing that him with the artist's impression. Has he got any form for blagging? Yeah, when I was in Battersea, I arrested him for robbery.
And where's his drum? Also, it gave us that unique opportunity of getting our artist's impression shown nationally. And in fact, we did get calls from various parts of the country.
Yeah, he's certainly a favourite.
Yeah, let's get him in then.
OK.
I want to ask you some questions about an armed robbery and shooting which occurred on Monday, the 26th of June this year.
As a result of Crimewatch, a number of suspects had to be interviewed in detail and eliminated.
Yeah, I know where it is, but I've never been there.
Do you know what you were doing that day?
That would have been the Monday after my birthday, so I was probably either with my girlfriend all day or working. And if I'm not working, I'm usually out with my girlfriend.
Doing what?
Yeah, housework.
Do you own a car?
No, I don't drive. I don't like driving.
You might find this a strange question, but have you got a push bike?
I did have. Yeah, I used to drive it to college. But I got pleurisy last year, so I had to get rid of it. It's bad for my chest.
I've got to put this to you, Tony. Did you commit this offence?
Not at all. Most certainly not.
Before I conclude this interview, is there anything you want to say to me?
Yeah. If I'd done it, and if I had all that money, you wouldn't have picked me up in Battersea.
Why'd you say that?
I'd have gone to Brazil, mate.
There was a substantial reward offered for the apprehension of the gunman, and we decided that if we got into the criminals in South London, particularly in the Old Kent Road area, as we believed that he lived in that direction, then we may have got some vital information.
How's it going?
Hi, mate. How are you?
Not bad.
What are you doing on this neck of the woods?
On this South Bank shooting. You know this other go bloke had half his head blown off?
Yeah, don't know nothing about it. Nobody I know.
We're putting the feelers out. There'll be a good drink in it at the end of the day.
OK, I'll keep you up now. No problem.
Do you want a drink?
No, I'm all right, thanks.
You sure?
Yeah, yeah, cheers, cheers.
Hold a bit, please, darling.
I am the bomber robber. At this very moment, you have a high explosive bomb attached to your security vehicle. It is designed for one purpose: to kill. You will all die if you do anything stupid.
Having exhausted most of the things we could possibly have done on the inquiry, I was beginning to feel that the only way we would arrest this man would be if somebody were to inform upon him, or if he were to commit a repeat crime, which would leave us with other clues.
For 3 months, the appeal on Crimewatch had kept the case alive. But by Christmas, the shooting looked like going unresolved. David himself, conscious now, but brain damaged, was transferred to a long-stay unit, St Andrews in Northampton.
Hello? Is that the police? I don't give my name, but I know who can tell you who shot the man and took the money.
The inquiry had been wound down for some time, and I was disappointed that so much hard work had gone unrewarded. Thus, when I heard that a witness was available, the senior officer in the City of London, he seemed confident that his source was credible. And when I met him a day or so later and spoke with him in detail, I was convinced that the information he was giving us was true. He was privy to certain information, certain detail that we hadn't released to the public, and he had to be telling the truth. Now, I understand you're going to tell me about a Michael Harold who committed the South Bank robbery on the 26th of June, where a man was shot in the head. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
How long have you known this Michael Harold?
Roughly about 18 years.
What robberies has he told you that he's done?
He was always planning them, but he never done them.
What do you mean by that?
He would make excuses like the van didn't turn up, or it was too wet, or the trains were on strike. He showed me guns. He keeps them in a storage unit, and before in a trunk.
You've known about the robbery since June. How's it taking you so long to come to police?
Because he told me he was going to do another robbery, and I thought he would shoot someone again.
How do you know he was going to do another robbery?
He said he needed money to go and live in Thailand.
Mr. Chu, where does Michael Harold live?
In a hotel in Bayswater, the Linden.
Mr. Chu, thanks very much. Jeff, let's call out Terry Hobbs, get a warrant for firearms and turn over the storage unit at Battersea. Let's get the surveillance up to the hotel, see how our suspects coming or going, and let's call out as many squad officers as possible down to the local police station.
OK, there's the notes.
Mr. Chu, that afternoon, having just had the conversation with him, an officer was dispatched to a bank that allegedly held documents belonging to the suspect. A safety deposit box was opened and correspondence including a passport was recovered. And on the passport was a photograph which apparently was identical to the artist's impression. So at that juncture, I thought that we were most likely to lay hands on our suspect that evening.
Hello there, my name's Terry Hobbs. I'm from the flying squad at Scotland Yard. I'm making some inquiries about an offence in which firearms have been used, and I believe that the guns may actually be stored here. If I describe the man concerned, you may recognise him. He's about 5'6", slight build, he wears glasses and got a Scots accent, and you might think that when you're talking to him, he seems a bit weird. Does that ring any bells?
Oh, you must mean Mr. Harold.
That's him.
He's ever such a polite little man, but he is a bit funny, actually.
Has he got any lockers here?
Yeah, he's got 2 of our smaller ones out the back. He comes in a few times a week.
I need to look into them. I've got a search warrant. Could you take me to them?
Yeah, but I haven't got a key. They're all padlocked up.
We can manage that. Have you got any bolt croppers?
Yeah, I'll just get them for you.
OK, thanks.
We've had a result.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the guns. It's great.
Let's leave it as it is. We'll have it photographed. Then we'll take it back to the Nick and go through it properly.
I've had a quick look in. Only one person, a man, behind reception.
Outside the hotel in Bayswater, plain-clothed officers covered both sides of the road in case their suspect put in an appearance.
Yeah, can you make sure the car is pulled up and both people in the car are moved up as soon as possible?
They'd frequently swap places in a car around the corner.
Do you want to let them know we're here, John?
Yeah, okay. You're 50 from 6573. We've got eyeball, nice clear unobstructed view of the hotel in the main street. Eyeball over.
Yes, received.
Should be right, at least we're in the warm.
Yeah. Don't know how long we're going to be here, though.
Hours, I expect.
Never mind.
Have to see about getting something to eat later on.
Yeah.
The contents of the lockup were transferred to safekeeping and for checking at Tower Bridge.
One hunting knife, unsheathed. 2 orange handheld smoke flares. 1 Astor 357 handgun. 1 shoulder holster. Ammunition belt. Blue cartridges, the type we're looking for.
1 black folder containing correspondence, namely a handwritten note about cop killing guide. Now, this is interesting. A handwritten work plan about the Hayward Gallery and the National Film Theatre. This is typed information about plastic explosives, how to make them from common ingredients. It looks like he was declaring war on security companies.
Right, I've got a quantity of gun, magazines, soldier of fortune, the usual sort of gun nut stuff. 1 green camouflage jacket. A quantity of either flares or explosive devices in an ammunition box. I don't know what this thing is over here. Oh, God, I think I've set off a bomb!
It was a bomb, and for safety, DC Ashton put it in the empty staff canteen. It was eventually made safe, but it was a warning to the surveillance team of what might be in store at the hotel. In the early evening, officers, 1 from the flying squad, and another from the firearms team wandered into the hotel reception to see where Michael Harold was.
Thank you, Brendan, for timing. Thanks, Larry. Actually, while we're talking, Pat, I should remind you that today we're holding the grand final of our...
Excuse me, are you the manager?
Yes, I am.
I'm Detective Sergeant Wright. I'm from the flying squad at Tower Bridge Police Station. I'm trying to identify a man who I believe lives here. He's quite a small man, about 5'5", slim build, wears glasses.
Ah, it sounds like Mr. Harold. Yes, he lives here. He's a quiet man. Keeps himself to himself, but he always pays his rent on time. Is there a problem?
Well, we'd like to interview him about something that we're dealing with at the moment. Do you know if he's in?
I believe he is, yes.
Would you have a similar room available that we could look at, same as his?
Yes, I've got a room that's like his, yeah, it's no problem.
Tony, do you want to check that out?
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, it's this way.
Thanks.
Right, and the surveillance update, it's all quiet back at the hotel. There's no sign of the suspect having come and going. The manager reckons he's in his room. We'll have to take his word for it.
Sorry, Rebecca.
Sorry, come on. Come on, sit down, lads. You've got a description of the room. You know there's a likelihood of firearms inside the room, and in the light of the discovery this afternoon of the explosive devices down at his lockup, there's a possibility that the place may be wired up. So I just ask you to take extra special care. Now, once you've gone in, effected the entry to the room, handcuffed the suspect, Mr. Searchwell will go in and formally arrest him and caution him. He will be followed by Vince, the exhibits officer, who will go in and search for clues and exhibits. That's the squad input, Norman.
OK, Bill, thanks. Can I just make a couple of points? First of all, to the specialist firearms officers, you've already had your pre-brief with regard to this operation. If I refer you to the map here, you can see it's a small room. We've got to be very careful on entry. We've got to make a rapid entry to those premises. On any weapons we find there, remember to leave them in situ until they've been cleared by the exhibits officer. With regard to the squad officers, please remember to stay at the forming up point, which is on the stairs. Stay on the stairs until you're called forward by the sergeant in charge of the firearms team. It's imperative that you don't move until you're called by him. OK, are there any questions at all from anybody? No. OK, let's go.
At 2 a.m., the team closed in.
Well, we'd seen at first hand what he could do, and that was as evidenced by Mr. Patterson's plight. And we then knew that he would be very dangerous, and we couldn't really take the chance that he didn't have a weapon with him as well.
What we'll do then, we'll get the team up in position, and when they're there, we can give it a go.
Smashing.
OK, in position. Mark, get us sharp on there. OK, team from 5-9, I have control. Stand by, go.
Get on your bellies. Put your hands out to your side. Look at me. Look at me. Put your hands in the middle of your back. Put your hands in the middle of your back. Keep looking at me.
Form a fist. Form a fist. Let go. Form a fist.
Finish it all. Keep looking at me. Keep looking at me.
What's clear? OK. Right, Gov. Room is clear. I've got one prisoner who's secure.
OK, everything's safe?
Yes, no problems.
Mr. Harold, I'm arresting you because I believe you were concerned in an armed robbery at the South Bank Centre on the 26th of June last year. During that robbery, a man was shot in the head. You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so, but what you say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?
Yes.
OK.
But I think you'll find you're making a big mistake.
We're done, I think.
Here, look at this, Governor.
This envelope, marked forward planning, Mr. Harold, contains some handwritten notes. Are they yours?
Yes.
These notes are about attacks on security vehicles. Are you planning any armed robberies?
That's just fantasy. You have to be macho to do that, and look at me. Do I look macho?
Around. Over.
In that case, perhaps you could make an appointment next week,
Over. Out.
I'm interviewing. Please introduce yourself.
Michael James Harold.
The other person present is...
Miss Quest, legal representative.
There are no other persons present. I'm going to ask you some questions about an armed robbery that took place on the 26th of June, 1989. This was at the South Bank, South East 1, during which time a security guard was robbed at gunpoint and a member of the public. Are you the person that committed the offence?
No comment.
This lone robber made good his escape on a cycle, and a witness described this person to me, and I have to say that you are extremely like the description that I've been given. Are you sure you're not responsible for committing this offence?
No comment.
You're saying no comment. We need to establish a pattern here. Are you saying to me that you don't wish to answer my questions, or that you're not in a position to do so?
No comment.
But the evidence was overwhelming. Just before the trial, Michael Harold changed his tune.
I was pleased that he pleaded guilty because that was appropriate to the amount of hard work that had gone into the investigation in providing plenty of strong evidence that he was the guilty party. So that was pleasing that he pleaded guilty. The sentence of 22 years, again, was appropriate. It was a wicked, horrid crime committed by a parasite, and he deserved 22 years.
I always knew he was a meticulous and very logical individual, but on reading much that he'd written, it became clear that he saw the world as a place where you were a have or a have not, and his answer to that was that he was going to be a have by taking it by force.
I suppose there are two things that struck me about the whole incident. The first was the general level of professionalism of the police, and the sort of thing that's easy to take for granted. You realise the sort of depths that they went to, and the diligence. You've got no idea until you actually get involved in this sort of thing exactly what's involved. And the other is that with a crime like this, it never quite leaves you. Never quite leaves you.
Today, David is still in hospital. He needs 24 hours a day care. He's still paralysed down one side and doesn't have a lot of sight in one of his eyes. I think one is practically gone, actually. And he's never going to be anywhere else.